We are testing something new. Welcome on in. I hope you're good, as always. Regular things. We're testing a new background music thingy, which they advertise as DMCA free and copyright free music, and I think the style is much more aligned with what I like. So we'll see. If I see any notification that says something on YouTube specifically that this is supposed to be copyrighted, we'll turn it out. But for now, it seems to be pretty good. I know it takes like about 5 minutes of stream to figure out that there is something that is not necessarily supposed to be there. But yeah, Gothic, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's everything? How's the day? Crazy. I was about to drink, and the fact that you popped in at the moment that I drank, took a sip, is really much aligned with your behavior around here. You know, Cybersect, hi. Well, come on in. How are you? Oh, I just figured that out. This thing at the top did not work. Oh, god damn it. Is that the truth? That is the truth. My stream deck doesn't work. It doesn't work. Why though? I mean, it is supposed to be linked to the right scenes, but it's not. God damn. What a joke. What a joke. Let me see if I can just, you know, do that. How can I do that, though? That's the question. Which fucking... Is it this one? I think it is this one. Second? Not. That's the wrong one. Bonky! Get out. Good. We'll see. I mean, that's kind of sad. If I don't have any volume thing... I mean, it worked a second ago. That is the thing that is kind of weird. Yeah, it worked earlier. That's the main issue that I will have with it. Because... Oh yeah, now I don't have things. And now it works. Now it switches. Okay. Finger crossed, nothing breaks. Everything will break. What did I do? I don't know what I did. I did something. Unplug some stuff. Anyways, today we have some things prepared. I thought the Figma announcement was yesterday, but apparently it is today. So we're gonna take a look at that. That's what's gonna happen today for sure. It starts in an hour and a half, I think, and we're gonna dunk on everything they are announcing, like we did last year, because it was really bad. It's gonna be pretty bad this year as well. And thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. There's vocals in these songs and I don't like it. That's the only thing that I don't like about it. I had to the Ligma reveal? No. I heard about something else. Hey, hi, welcome on in. It is in not 20 minutes. I think it's I mean, on YouTube it was marked at 7 today. I do think we have a Ligma Balls command. Or Goblin command. I forgot which one it is, but there is one. Or there was one for sure. At some point. Let me check though. Let me check, because here we had this and they say, oh, they say live right now, but there is nothing yet. God damn, that's loud. I mean, loud for me. You can't hear it, I think. Hi, welcome in. I haven't taken a look at it, to be honest. Started streaming 5 minutes ago. They started at 30, which is 30 minutes before, which, Kane, I think you're right. I think you're right. It was marked as start at 7 for me. It's, you know what? It was probably marked start at like 7 for other things. Well, you know what? We're gonna do that. So, question me. Pause the music. And now, how loud is this bitch? I don't know. Is it not loud at all? Might be not loud at all. The thing that I know is it's supposed to be. Ugh. Yeah, the only thing that I don't like about this specifically is the fact that the audio that I'm getting through that specific video right here is not DMCA free music for sure. So I can't have this running in the background for ambience, for obvious reasons. But I need this to be loud enough so that you can hear it when they speak, but not loud enough so that I blow my ears out. So now you can't hear it. Technically, yes, you can't, and you can hear this instead. Right? Right. Well, if it starts soon, it starts soon. Right, there is like voice and shit. So this is the initial product launch announcement thing, and the opening keynote is supposed to talk about most of the new features, thing that they have worked on for the past year, and thing that they want to add to the tool. And this is mostly like a major update, but it will feel like a minor update. That's usually what happens. And yeah, I don't understand this. This is not making any sense. No one right there has seen what's happening. The only thing that you're liking is the fact that there is music in the background. Just stop. Just stop. Makes no sense. God damn. So yeah, going back to the chat because I didn't see shit. I haven't checked much the Material 3 link that you shared, like this thing specifically. I haven't taken a look at that just yet. And then I see your child today. I haven't seen this one. Can't I work on it? This that has popped in feels like a Gen Z designer that came in the team for the first time and didn't really know anything. and just said, oh, we need something that pops a bit more than what we currently have. Like Material 3 or Material U right now is still and dimmed and still like customizable, but not necessarily option. And this specifically the thumbnail that is showcased everywhere seems like, oh, we want the thing to be as personalized as possible to like the audience that we want to reach, which is going to be Gen Z. Whereas like this seems pretty good, but then I mean, I don't want to say that this is not accessible, but this is not accessible. Like these buttons specifically, um, there is a level of luminance in between these two that is readable, but not readable enough. Like these background need to be a tad bit lighter, that's smidge, to make sure that it works. But right now, it's not the case. And again, if these are just like leaks of potentials, but not necessarily what will happen, we never know. You know, it can always change. But for now, from what we're seeing, oh no. Congrats, cat. Congrats. More flames. um, well, sciatica is like the hip, so too much fucking. And then, you know, that's what happened. Eh, when you have your feet next to your ears, no, I don't know. Maybe you went to the gym a bit too hard. Again, as said. Ah, you see, when you're folded into 0 and 3, that's usually what happens.
Bad
Yeah,
AOA, bad.
I mean, that makes sense, right? Based on their metrics, but also these things are potentially not right. I don't know. We'll see. But if that's the case, then yeah, Dabshi, hi, welcome on in. How is you? How is everything? But yeah, other than that, other than the fact that it is really not good, specifically when it comes to the leaks. And again, these are leaks, which implies that this might not be the end result, and it also might not be like the existing true thing. Leaks from Google's have 99.9% of the time been true. So when something has leaked, it was that. So you know, it could change, but most of the time it doesn't. And if that's the case, and this is what we are going to get, I think that's really bad. The thing that is a bit of an issue, at least from my point of view here, and from that leak specifically, is the color scheme, where like basically they used the orange, salmon, coral, and purple mix, which are the opposite of each other, but they are not what material design used to be. Like the usual Material 3 visuals, like these ones, these are the colors that we are used to, kind of. And the refinement here, the color scheme there, the unity of the design here, obviously I'm talking designer terms, makes a lot more sense. And most of us, enjoyed that potential of a refresh, which is what we currently have. That kind of works. It's not the best. I don't like it much, but it's still better than what we have seen now. Again, this is pastels, and these were pastels, and the new one is just all over the place, and I don't know. At this point, I don't know. But again, if I go into, let's see if I can do that. Um, if I go into this, not this one because this is really green, but I have a feeling, obviously, um, I don't know. I haven't seen the new YouTube music version. That's for sure. This and this, they are together. They are officially working together. We have that thing on top. So when I'm looking at them from Figma, it seems like a good aspect ratio, a good contrast ratio overall. It seems to be like pretty much in the right spot because it's a big element, but because the font is basically like 1 point or 2, it feels like way less accessible overall. That's my initial thought. I would say also, I mean, they are the same color, but goddamn, it doesn't look like it. Um, I don't know. It feels weird. Feels inaccessible, and I'm probably wrong in terms of the mathematical contrast ratio. But visual perceived aspect ratio, not aspect ratio, contrast ratio, goddamn, today is crazy, uh, is not the good one. Again, it doesn't take much to just do, like it's really much just that. Not not this. Like that's all I need. Um like it's yeah. Yeah, that's all I need. Nonetheless, you said the music player, this one? That's the YouTube music thing? No. No. Yes. I mean, I guess that's the only one that is a music player apparently. But probably, yeah. I can't read, you know. I don't know. I understand the point of non-expressive concept design and very expressive concept design. How the fuck do you know that this is needing to be like much bigger? I don't know. Um, anywho, yeah, anywho is it depends. Noticed it. Yes. 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 No one knows. Um, got even that now, and that's it. That's the first time I'm picking it up. It looks edgy. Yes, it is like again a first time Gen Z uh, designer that just wants to make a mark and be recognized for something that is either good or bad, but you know, um, yeah. Kane, I mean, I did this tweet specifically because that's the first reason, but the second reason is because it was in my feed. Like I had someone on my feed that said exactly this. Um, and basically what they said was, I need you to follow me so that I can DM you, and it's a free access to a Notion page. So as soon as you like the post, follow them, and post a reply that says a specific word, they have a bot that basically DM them automatically and send them like the link. And the link could have been directly there. It could have been just second tweet underneath, just saying, here's the link. If you want access to it, get that. If you want to give me a follow as well, I appreciate it, but it's not necessary. And I understand that the fact that I'm not doing it is the reason why I'm still at less than 3,000 followers, because I don't give a fuck about followers. But goddamn, it makes no sense. For those of you who don't know what Kane is talking about, this is what I tweeted today. Because the tweet that I saw was like, if you are a freelancer or you know someone that is a freelancer, I just created this freelance OS in Notion and I'm giving it up for free. You just need to like follow me and comment freelance, I think. Like, it's, I mean, if it's free, it's free. Just give me the link. I don't. Really? Really? Oh, God. I feel like this is more efficient to some people. Like if I just had a tweet that said pss, 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 with a link and potentially an image, I feel like that would have more engagement. This is like putting people outside of Twitter. So this is not like promoted, but yeah. Um, you make it themselves. You make them yourself. Make it themselves. That makes no sense. Yes, you make them yourself. That is the way. Dapsheet. I'm sorry about that. Or you hire me. No, the easiest thing. The easiest thing is to go to the previous musculation.com, which I don't think exists anymore, but the body part thing was really good. So yeah. I think the only one that is going to be on YouTube is going to be the main stage keynotes. Nothing nothing else. But all of the other things that are around here, which obviously, is broken because yeah, dumbasses. Uh, as always, this whole website has been shit the whole time. Anyways, these secondary keynote and speakers and all of that are going to be less available on YouTube. I think they will be available later, but not in the beginning. Have you ever been, Kane, in a toxic relationship? No, that's not what I'm talking about. In a supermarket, and you have someone that has like a plate of cheese with toothpick on it, and you can pick it up. Does it mean that I will be interested in the cheese? No, I just want to eat something. And it's free, it's there. So if you provide the ability for me to test out something and have a taste to make sure that I'm interested in that cheese, I'm interested in that sausage or whatever thing that they are selling, it's available, it's there, and I can just pick it up, and I don't need to give them my name, give them my email address, give them like $5 or do whatever. It's just like, oh, that's free, and I can just pick it up, test it out, and then say, oh, it's good. Where is it? Let me buy one. That guy is, or that person on Twitter specifically for that specific post was saying, here is this free thing that I've made. Here is a preview of this free thing that I've made. It's really good. If you want access to this free thing that I made that will give you for free, you need to do 1, 2, 3 actions and wait for my automated message to click on the link that will give you this free thing that I made. It's just useless steps to something that you could just say. I think we've done that before, but I could have like a post right here and then on a reply having a link. Like only the fact that you have link in the next post proves that there is an interest from people because they will click on your post going from their regular feed to the post, and the engagement and click-through rate of your second thing is going to give you like the validation of, is this interesting for people or not? But at least it is there and it's available and it's free because you are giving out something for free. I understand that this is considered as a lead magnet. That's the marketing name and the business name for these things, to ensure that people are interested. But don't ask me for my informations if you're giving something for free. Um, yes, that's the thing. So the break session are on the other stages, and YouTube is only available for the main stage. It's all stages here are going to be recorded, like all of these things, god damn it, that we saw a second ago, are going to be recorded for a second, and then you will have access to the recordings on YouTube. Usually that takes like a month or two. For some reason, I don't understand how they can't just upload them when they are done. It feels like they want to switch things and like potentially edit the things, which makes no sense. But why not? Nonetheless, the main stage, which is the thing that we saw for a glimpse, like right there. Uh, sorry. That here is still going to be recorded. This one is going to be live, and the rest is going to be recorded and then not reposted, yes, reposted to YouTube later. But yeah, that's where we are as of right now. But yeah, that's the thing. I don't think I want to go to the stages, to be honest. Like the only thing that makes sense to me is this. The opening keynote makes sense because that's all that matters, at least to me. The rest is really good, but I don't need to watch it today. I need to watch it tomorrow, in 3 days, when it comes out, when it's available. Most of the things that are going to be in there are going to be either things that I know, also Stony High, or either people that I don't like. That's bad. A lot of people have been having a lot of issues with. Also, you asked. Config conference today is in Los Angeles. I think it's LA. I don't know. I forgot. And me going there, this is the same question that we had last year. Me going to an event, physical event with people, I need to be invited. I need to be flown out, and basically having someone that buy my plane ticket, buy the hotel, ensure that the food is there, and then I'm everything is paid for. I'm not moving to physical location unless that's the case. Like, these are my conditions. I'm not. Yeah, and my goal is to move to Japan, so it's that not happening. I mean, how many toothpick did you use today? That's the amount of people that have tried it. And then from how many toothpick, how many people have bought a piece of cheese, like a packaged version? You know, and then you do the correlation and you say, well, based on that, we have used, I don't know, 10 pack of cheese to do the toothpick thing, and we have sold 110. So that means that we have a profit of like 100, which is pretty good, meaning that overall makes sense. Like, we in the in each pack of cheese, maybe you have like, I don't know, 50 single toothpick. So, right, the ratio is like 5%. So that's not good enough, but why not? I mean, not 5%, like 12%, but you know, bang. Could be. But I get it that if you're going to give me something for free anyway, just give me something for free from the start. Like, why wait? I do recognize for a long time and every time that I am someone that gives out stuff for free as much as I can because I believe it is better than making you give me some information about yourself or make you pay something for something that I would give you for free anyway. So yeah, it's really a hard thing for me to just do that. But yeah, we'll announce something. What's more like a learning event. It is more like a. Also, that's GTA 6. It is more like here is what's new on or in the tool for this year. So yeah, I don't know if you've seen, if you are using Figma, you probably have seen they have done like an update right before 5 today. They pushed something so that everyone has the same full version, and now anything that they will push during the conference, basically after the talk, will be updated in real time and unlocked for everyone at the same time. But yeah. Ugh, that's so loud. Also, yes, there is a lot of people. I'm not gonna lie about that. That's the thing. They have been having. That sounds really weird. They have had a lot more people over the years. Like the first one was really. I mean, there were people, but not that much. And then there were more people in the next one. And then last year was really crazy, and therefore this one is the same size, I would say, if not even more. You can see how many people are coming in still, and it's supposed to have started 3 minutes ago. So, as always, Figma is late to anything that is supposed to be on time, and yeah, regular. But we're gonna shit on everything they do today. That's the plan. That is the plan. At least that's my plan. I am preparing to be disappointed in order to potentially be surprised. That's how my baseline is. I am truly disappointed by everything that Figma is going to announce today because I kind of know how shitty it will be for the first implementation, and I hope they surprise me. I know they won't, but I hope they surprise me. Because it needs to happen. But also, yes, I would need you to tell me if this is too loud or not too loud. The regular things, which right now can't hear anything, obviously, but seems kind of loud to me. But I don't know if it's loud to me. If it's not loud to you, that's good. I'm gonna check the levels later, but things. Yeah, that's the thing. So that's what we are expecting for today. A bit of a refresh on potentially the UI, potentially the features, the expected things based on all the leaks, because also, like Material 3 is not the only one that is leaking. The links that we have is Figma website or Figma site, which would be basically the creation of Framer inside of Figma, having the ability to create a website, host it, publish it, and do everything directly inside of Figma, which would be appreciated. Figma code is something that we've been talking about for 4 years, 3 years now, I think, with Figma Atelier, which he has created something that was the initial ID of Figma code, and then it never popped in, but because Figma has acquired some very good code related tools in the past, we hope that this is going to happen in there. And then the other thing is um, Figma AI are supposed to be, or are supposed to be, were supposed to be, I'm sorry about the double audio thing, were supposed to be available this year, and they removed it. They basically said it's going to be available in 2025 because config happened in 2024, and then in 2025 or 2024 they said, well, we're not going to do that, and because they just received too much backlash, and you know, still not there. So it's basically the same thing as Apple today for their AI stuff. They said it would be there, and now it's there, but it's not there. So I'm expecting it to be available for everyone, for not free again, and hope for the best. And then, yeah, I mean that's about it. Yeah, no, I agree. Okay, I agree. I think it works. I mean, engagement baiting on Twitter, specifically on other platforms, makes a lot of sense. I think it would be better on LinkedIn than on Twitter, but I do understand why people are doing it on Twitter. Like both work. Um, it, at the end of the day, the only thing that you need is emails or people data to be able to contact them later or have access to them a bit more directly to sell them new stuff. So if you want to do that, that's fine. But you know, eh, eh, I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't start now. They are 10 minutes late to their initial start date, which is, again, crazy to me. Yeah, they have these. Ugh, I hate these things. Yeah, 9 a.m. So 9 a.m. is, I mean, it's past already. So they are late. Unless 9 a.m. is like, boom. Yeah. Also, that's the. Yeah, me neither. Again, the whole creation of an account here was so bad. Um, it's just I hate. Um, if you want to see your following list, you go on your profile and you click on following, and then you have the list with everyone that you're following. But if you want to see like their content, that is not an option. That's basically your homepage right there, where you have like most of the thing that are either from people that you follow or from people that are followed by the people that you follow and so on, to get some data. But yeah, the thing is right there, um, right there. Feel like there is a countdown happening based on the colors. I hear music that has changed. I'm not gonna give you that. Again, GMC is not good. It is intuitive if you know the other platforms that are doing the exact same thing. Like most of them have done the same thing. And you know, ugh, Yeah, for the main stage, yes, Stony, which is really bad, at least from my point of view. Why are people screaming? What the fuck? That is why I hate live events. It makes no sense. No, I haven't. I haven't understood a single thing from the agenda. The only thing that made sense was the one that was posted on Twitter directly. Like, yeah, we're basically a watch party without really being a watch party, but kind of being a watch party, you know. The main thing, at least here, is going
QS_OK
to
is now
be
following.
QS OK. Hi, well, come on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate it. I think I should just search. Search gonna be.
Co-founder and CEO Dylan Field.
Oh, damn, Dylan's right there. They have posted something earlier. They posted this, and this was easier to read. Easier to read, but yeah.
Welcome to Config 2025.
Volume.
And a huge, huge thank you to everyone who came out, especially from far away.
Good? Not good?
Also, hello to the 106 Friends of Figma watch parties around the globe.
That louder?
If you're joining virtually, or if you're here in real life and you've got major session FOMO, don't worry. Almost all the talks will be recorded, and afterwards we'll be posting them on YouTube, which will be probably my next 6 months of Netflix replacement. We have an incredible lineup of speakers today. Whether you want to hear from Helena about doing design with soul, or you want to hear from Jeremy about crafting the dystopian world of Severance, we've got something for you. I have not seen Severance yet. We've been pretty busy with demo prep.
Me neither. How is the
everyone here is excited to meet Jeremy Zowdy, whatever that
props?
Props_TV raided my stream with 23 viewers.
Thanks a lot for the raid. We're currently doing a watch party of Figma event and see what is announced. But welcome on in, raiders. Thanks a lot for that. I appreciate it. For those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm Aoi. I'm the helping designer. If you have any design question, feel free to ask, as always. But right now, Figma related stuff. And yeah, that's the thing. Thanks a lot for the shout out. Tony, I appreciate it.
And there will be some incredible speakers joining us there too. So I hope to see some of you there.
So here we are.
London, last year, we made big strides to meet our users where they're at. We launched Figma's UI in Spanish.
Have a good rest of your day. Have a good rest of your day. So here is.
And just a few weeks ago, we launched Korean.
Things.
E agora o Figma fala Portuguese.
Obviously, they had to do that.
Today, we're so happy to announce the Figma UI is now available in Brazilian Portuguese. And in addition to rolling out these new languages, we've been very busy on the product front. Like you, we care about all of the details. And so, since the beginning of 2025,
I'm gonna dunk on the details so much.
last few months alone, we've shipped 56 updates, including smart symbols on all fonts.
These are good.
And duplicate styles.
These were already the case.
Collapsible layers in the layer panel.
Absolutely useless.
Annotations in Figma Design, plus annotations.
Absolutely useless as well.
Accessibility
Annotation have been really bad.
in the color picker.
That's good, to an extent.
We got some Ally fans. A new AI feature, Edit Image, powered by GPT Image 1. Super resolution.
3 people clapped.
And of
Sorry.
course, locked aspect ratio.
Locked up aspect ratio is really good, though. I'm not going to complain about that. This is really,
As you're
really
about
good.
to see, our pace is only increasing.
Dang.
Today we have 4 products: FigJam, Slides, Figma Design, Dev Mode. In a moment, our team is going to come up and share 4 new products.
4 Oh, so much to learn.
An
Oh.
exciting addition to Figma Design. But before I do, I want to share some updates about the work we're doing under the hood as well. Because we know it's super important that Figma always loads fast.
Yeah, dev mode is a product because you pay for a seat.
Exactly as you expect. This is not always the case, especially with larger files. And last year, we saw all of you going even bigger than ever in Figma. Average file size went up 18%. We've been hard at work optimizing these large files for everyday actions like copy-paste, selecting layers, switching pages, panning, and zooming.
Size limit?
Images and complex effects cause a lot of issues with performance. So what we've done is we've worked very hard on decreasing our memory footprint using intelligent caching so that Figma can keep feeling fast.
Still not the case.
Progressively loading prototypes and pages and files. And for our slowest files in Figma, that group of files has resulted in a 33% decrease in load times.
I mean, we'll see. Stoney's file is massive, so we'll see how fast it loads.
Of our design systems architecture.
Also, that was debatable. Larkham, yes. Basically, they have kept the... they have kept the... first draft AI, but in beta things, and now it's going to be paid, and they're probably going to announce that.
That we're working just as hard to make sure that we keep up with the quality and the performance that you expect. Because at the end of the day, we don't want your focus beyond Figma. One of our foundational principles from the start of Figma has been that Figma needs to get out of your way. We want to make sure that you're able to do your best work and not get distracted by us. And this is particularly important.
I'm so pissed off at what he just said.
Is even more expansive than ever. Design is not just a step in the process, but rather is now the process itself. Design is more than just pushing pixels. Design is leading with curiosity. It's asking and re-asking, what if? It's obsessing over the details. It's chasing a feeling, and it's pushing what's possible.
I wish we had more design events so I could be like a hater about the thing that they are proposing because it's shit.
More essential and more powerful.
But, you know.
It's craft, it's quality, it's point of view that makes a product stand out and be loved. Our goal with today's launches is to help you all explore even more ideas and help you go from idea to product as fast as possible. And for this year's keynote, I want to give a special thank you to Koto Studio.
Again?
All the demo examples that you're going to see are from their amazing portfolio.
Yeah.
Without further ado,
that's crazy.
Let's get into our first announcement of the day.
I don't think Adobe Max would be a good thing because I don't have enough background anymore in Adobe products.
This update is something that we, all of us, care deeply about. And that is layout.
Oh, yeah,
to walk
right.
us through this first launch, please welcome Figma designer Giorgio Cavilla to the stage.
I think I know about that. Also, can you still hear the music when I'm muting it? That's the question that I have. Like, if there is like a thing in the background, I don't think you can, but I'm unsure. So, you know.
I'm so happy to be here today on stage because I get to talk about one of my favorite subjects, you guessed it, layout.
Shit.
You see, I spend a lot of time...
That's DMC, yes, Tony, I know.
...thinking about layout. And as a result, I have these kind of weird theories and ideas about it. Like, for example, that layout is a bit like the dark matter of our designs. I know I told you weird ideas. Now, if you think about it, layout is a bit like a gravitational force that you can never see.
That repeating pattern, though.
To make sure that things stay in place. Now, raise your hand if you know where this is from.
That is a very good website.
I see a bunch of old folks like myself.
That's old. That is old. Goddamn.
But if you don't, well, if you were a kid in the mid-90s and you had internet access, this is where you hang out.
Yep.
This is the website for the first Space Jam movie back in 1996.
That whole XP, not XP, 96,
of web design.
95,
And honestly,
was like
it
designed in
looks pretty
Figma,
cool
for sure.
to me still now. Now, if we take a look at the layout behind this masterpiece,
There's no layout, this is a table.
we'll see that even if it's not immediately clear, it's actually built using a grid. Sure, not CSS grid, there was no such thing back then, but still, a grid nonetheless. Because you see, regardless of the technology and the media, grid layout
You will be able to do your special page, Tony, after that.
tools for designers since
For sure.
even before print
For sure.
even before designers as ourselves existed. And you and I have heard that in the 60s, we kind of started getting a little bit, just a little bit, obsessed with grid.
Yep.
And we use it everywhere. And I mean,
if it works as it's presented, then we have like a very
from typefaces to exhibitions.
flexible grid. I think that could be a pretty good thing. But yeah.
We use grid so much that at some point we got tired of it and we kind of rejected it. And we learned how to
It could.
break the grid.
It could be good, but
you
it's
see, the funny
just...
thing is, even when you break the grid, there is still a grid to begin with.
if I do that, because, easier if I could talk and it doesn't bother me at the same time. The usual thing with Figma announcement and presentation of limited knowledge on my side.
You
We'll
might
see.
have heard of this thing called auto layouts. Anyone?
Again, 3 people clapped. God damn
It
it.
is awesome to create reusable and flexible designs and components, but when you use it to create two-dimensional layouts like this one, things start to get a little bit messy because you now need to create containers just for your containers,
Yes.
and you end up with a lot of pretty nasty nestings.
Morton, hi. Welcome. How are you?
And
How's
the
the
next
day?
person that opens your file, they will spend 10 minutes just to understand what the hell you did.
Yeah.
But things are about to change because today I'm very, very excited to introduce a brand new auto layout option
Oh shit, I forgot that.
for grid.
All right.
Okay, enough talk. Let's see grid in action.
If it
For
works,
this demo, I'm going to use Coda's design for Flus, an app that helps shoppers earn cashback. Now,
Figma
pretty
is
hot now. So
almost
why don't we
10
start
years
there?
old. I think it came
And
out
we
in
will create
2016,
one
as far as I
to
remember.
introduce
So it's
Flus
been a while,
brand identity.
but
I have my frame here, and
you know.
if you follow me here on the side, you can see that we changed things a little bit in the properties panel. But don't worry, everything is still there. We have vertical layouts, horizontal layout. Wrap is here, by the way. And if I click now on grid, we'll see that by default, a 2x2 grid gets applied. But I can
Yeah.
click here and change it to any size.
That is good, though. That's pretty good. That's a good idea.
Now,
Right.
I hope you enjoy using this little component as much as I enjoyed designing it and our engineers hated building it.
Yeah, it should just have been just, this is a grid.
Okay,
Cool.
I'm
Work
happy
as
with
grid.
the 8x4, and of course here I can change the gaps. Let's do it maybe
Let me zoom in a bit.
20 and 20. And if I go here on the canvas, I can resize
Okay.
paddings.
Also, it works the same way.
Now that I have my grid set up, let's drag some items in it. I can select multiple items, simply drag it, and boom. Now, a couple of things I want to highlight here is that the first one is that items automatically span multiple columns and rows according to their size. So you don't have to do that. The second one is that they also fill the cells. So that means that by default, this is already a responsive design.
Yeah. That's okay. That's how it's supposed to work.
But of course, I can change span anytime I want, and
Still pessimistic, you know.
make this very easy and intuitive. And the way you do it is just drag in. As you can see, as I do this field now tells me how many columns and rows an item occupies. And I can do, of course, the same here. Nice. You can do it.
There's something weird about it.
Okay, let's continue.
Okay, I wanted to zoom in.
Let's have this item here. Nice. Now, in Grid, if I realize that I need to move things around, it's pretty simple. I can select an item, drag it, and drop it, and everything after it will reflow.
Yeah, that's basically what the layout, so that makes sense. The thing that makes no sense, though, is
One more
the
thing about resizing
definition.
is that in Grid, I can resize every column or rows individually. So I can click an item, it tells me which columns it occupies. I can click here. By default, every column or rows are set to auto, which you can think about it like fill the available space. I can click it now and resize it. And now I can control very precisely, or I can even type in here.
No. I don't know.
Okay. Now, this Flues brand has a lot of these overlay objects, and I have this nice bird here that would be awesome to put inside the grid. So let's see if there is a way to make it fly inside. And what I'm doing now is pressing Control, and I can put item still in
Grid is high. Well, come on in.
but absolute position, like the rest of the auto layout. Okay, things look pretty good here. Let's move on with the next example. I want to create here a calendar or a date picker. If you have
have
a new
questions.
one, you know it's not the most fun things to build. It takes a lot of time, but here I can just drag the days of the week, and I can do this. And now I'm pressing Command, as you can see, easily I can populate the grid.
That's pretty good. I can't deny this one. This one is pretty
Probably
good.
saw this replace content suggestion coming up. This is our AI feature that is being improved. And if I click it, it automatically detects what I want to do.
Numbers.
I don't have to insert those numbers.
That's numbers.
Now,
I'm not going to be
and put inside my app.
wowed by
I want to
numbers.
show you that the app itself is already a grid layout. That means that, of course, I can nest grid inside other grids. If
Yeah, obviously.
Okay. Now, as I mentioned before, Grid is a very flexible and powerful tool that can be used to create a variety of layouts.
We agree.
And let's see how Kodos did this with the Flues website.
CO4242 is now following.
Xiao, thanks a lot for the follow. Well, come on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream?
In this one, it's simpler grid 2x2, but they use it grid with other auto layout options. So just so you know, of course, you can nest all auto layouts in any combination you want. Let's continue down here.
Question 4242. Is this like xie? As in xie? In Chinese? I forgot. I think 4 is she and 2 is or yi. Long time. But yeah, if your name is Xiao xie, I like that. That's fun.
Spanning and overlap others. So I can just drag this. And now I do this. Well, not quite there yet, but
Ah,
if 2 dimensions are not enough for you in Grid, you can actually control the z-index, so I can press the square bracket, and now I can move items before or after.
yeah, I mean, that's the same thing as before. That doesn't change shit.
Nice. Okay, lastly, I want to select this footer, and let's switch to dev mode. And here, if you follow me here on the CSS panel, as you can see, our grid layout maps already very well with CSS grid properties. Like here with the templates,
That's good.
the gaps, and if I select an item, you will see we have, whoops, this.
I don't know if I would have used that.
In this way, grid is another step towards bridging the gap between.
I mean, that as in a grid for this. But yeah.
Okay, I think that's it from me. On behalf of the
Sorry, I saw something as
on Grid,
shit. We
very
missed
hard in the
something.
last month, I'm very excited.
I can't go back, but we missed something really important. There was an icon at the bottom of the page that was hinting at something. That
There's also
that
a deep
was
dive
something.
tomorrow if you're curious to know more about Grid.
More modes,
Having said that,
more annoying.
Thank you so much. Back to you, Dylan.
We don't have a ton of design streams or design related streams, so I appreciate you coming here. If you have any question about design, UI, UX, feel free to ask. We're currently looking at the Figma update, and yeah, that's where we are.
I know Grid is something y'all have been asking for, and we are super excited about it. And it'll be in Figma Design later today.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, we were expecting that.
It's also going to be available in the next product that we're going to show you. Grid makes it easier to design products and websites. But design doesn't just stop at the mock.
Sorry.
You have to prototype it, you got to validate it, you need to design the interactions, the animations, you need to build it, or just publish it. Dogen recently posted on X. He said, I've been waiting for that publish button in every config for the past 5 years. It has to happen this year. And Dogen, we've got some good news for you. Because today we're excited to announce Figma Sites.
We knew, but goddamn.
Figma Sites is designed to help you go from existing design to live site quickly. And to share more, Tom, please come out.
So, Tom, please come out. I think Tom is gay, which is kind of fun. If that's the same Tom that I have in mind.
What are you doing here?
Well,
Different Tom. That could have been fun.
All right, we'll do this together. Let's do it. Hi, everyone.
Yeah.
I'm Tom Genetasio. I'm one of the leads on Figma Sites.
And I'm also Tom. I lead our advocacy team here at Figma. Now, this is my 6th config, and
Yeah. Tom's.
6th config, and usually I'm behind the scenes working on the keynote demo, so it's pretty cool to be here on stage to tell you all about what the team's been working on. Now, when I think back to the very first
I had a meeting with Tom when I did my interviews for Figma, because I would have been working with him directly. And yeah, I think he's kind of nice. Has a bit of an ADHD brain as well. So, yeah.
building a website directly from Figma tools.
Was it? I'm guessing, yes, I'm guessing it's going to be a paid feature.
Very long history of building tools on the internet.
For sure.
That's Tom's polite way of saying
For sure.
I'm getting old, but he's not wrong. I have been building websites for about 30 years now. And like many of you,
Not same, but
I'm
kind of.
sure, I got started by building weird stuff like this on GeoCities. This is super embarrassing sharing this in front of a room full of the world's greatest designers, but this is when I fell in love with making things for the web. The idea that I could build something and share it with the world with a single click just kind of blew my mind. And I built a career, designing sites and launching them. But as a hybrid designer-developer, I always felt this disconnect between the way that I would work when I'm designing sites in my design tools and the way that I would build them with code.
So I feel like this is going to be Dreamweaver all over again. Yeah.
With an idea of like, what if instead of writing code, you could actually just...
Macau was really good.
What if we could enable a free-form design workflow that also output usable code? This was something that, you know, I wanted for myself, but I quickly realized that I was helping people make things that they couldn't make before. And that's kind of the ultimate reward for me as a tool maker. And, you know, Macaw only lasted for a few years. We all went on to build other things. That is until one of the original Kickstarter supporters reached out. Turns out he also got into building design tools. And he had this idea, right? What if we could turn Figma into a website builder? Would we be interested in doing that? You know, and of course the answer was yes, right? We started thinking about it and realized that maybe that dream is still alive, right? So we've spent the past couple years reimagining that original vision and building it on top of the things you already love about Figma. So I'm thrilled to say that thanks to an amazing, dedicated team, Figma Sites is now a reality. Let's dive in.
All right.
Oh, I hate the UI. God damn. Oh, so this thing
we're gonna start our demo here in
there,
Figma Design.
here,
I'm
we
sure
didn't know about
today
these.
Are building and conceptualizing websites in Figma. And
We
then
want to know.
At some point in the process, you get everything looking just right, and then you need to take your design into other tools to build it into a working real website. Now, that's what the team at Kodo did when they were working on this design for Kickin. And full disclosure, if I zoom the wrong way, I'm the only one in today's demo that has to disable natural scroll. So let's just take our design here in Figma. What if we could pick up where we left off and come on over into the brand new Figma Sites editor to get started? We've got a desktop frame here, and we're just going to paste our design in.
All right.
Already we can continue working on our website. But what's a website in 2025 without thinking about how that website is going to look on different devices? So a long-time request from many of you who have been building on the web has been the need for breakpoints. So
That's a Framer
very
feature.
quickly, we can
That
add
plus?
our tablet
Yep, that's the Framer feature.
and
Yep.
our mobile.
Yep. And the custom as well, like Framer is doing it. Cool. Cool.
And you'll see very quickly that our design from desktop has been translated to each of the viewport sizes. And you'll see some changes where we've made some adaptations to make sure it flows properly, just the way that you'd want on mobile. Now, as you're designing your website, each page...
I have questions. I'm sure that this entire thing has been purely and perfectly made by them to ensure that it has like the breakpoints and the behaviors and all the things to have like that whole thing. But
breakpoint. In this case, we've selected this headline. You'll see that it automatically engages Figma's multi-edit across all of those frames. So if I go in here and make an edit, we'll update this to say grow with...
Oh my god, it looks like Framer. Sorry.
You'll see that it makes that change across all of the breakpoints.
Nice.
That's gonna be the theme
And of
on
course,
this one.
you're obviously
All
gonna
right?
wanna make tweaks on one
Just
device, not
be
the
ready.
others. So when you come in and make a tweak, like maybe adjusting these headlines on mobile, you'll see that change only happens on the mobile device and doesn't cascade to all of your other viewport sizes.
Oh my god, it's another ride.
Next up, what if you could already pull in from your Figma libraries that already exist in Figma today? You can do that. Just go over to the Inserts panel, access your...
Kinda like the view of the layers that they have.
into the design.
It seems more dev-related, so I do like that.
Section here. That's this little thumbnail here.
Like-
And I want to quickly flip into the library just to show you behind the scenes look at what that component looks like. This is a
Yeah,
component
that's
set.
what I was
It has
thinking
3
about.
variants. One variant for each of your breakpoints. And when we come back into Figma Sites and drag this into our design, you'll see that it automatically adapts the right variant for each of the viewports.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Yeah. That, thank you.
Set that to fill. I think this is looking good. What do you think, Tom?
I mean, I
No.
think it needs something. Let me take a stab.
Sure.
Let's add some interactions so that this is a little more fun. Oh, and we lost our feed.
Yeah, you touched the fucking cable. Good job. Sorry.
Live demos, am I right?
Should I just turn this around?
I mean, that's everything that needs to happen, right?
So we unplug
Unplug it, replug it, and then hope for the best, and then nothing works.
Classic.
Good job. Good job. What did you do? You moved the computer that you couldn't move, and now you fucked.
There.
Cool.
Yeah, all right. Okay. This is how you know it's live. Okay. Let's add some interactions to this. And interactions work just like the prototyping tools that you're already used to. So I'm going to switch over to this interaction tab. And from here, I could start to noodle out and link pages together if I want. But I really want to show you a new feature. By zooming in here to this button, I want to add a hover effect to this. And now normally I would have to turn this into a component, create some variants, fiddle with smart animate. But now using a new feature called preset interactions, I can actually just come over here and add a hover effect. And now this is going to give me a few preset values that I could simply tweak.
Okay.
Make it get a little bit larger, and we'll change that to a nice bouncy transition. I think that's going to feel good, but let me preview this. So I'm going to hit Shift Space to open up our preview window. And here you'll see when I hover that button, I get a fun little effect. That was pretty easy.
There's a ton of things that don't work. But all right.
A couple of things about this preview here. One is that this preview is actually responsive.
Bitch, don't zoom out.
But fully responsive. So as I shrink it down, I can see what my design looks like on tablet and mobile, all from here.
It is kind of nice.
The other thing is that
this thing is really
this is actually HTML and CSS.
This is really much Webflow interface.
Are being translated into code that you can actually use and publish.
So Grid is available today, probably like after this keynote, and this is probably going to be available today after the keynote, probably in beta, knowing how they are used to do the things. But yeah.
Down a little bit, and then these badges are like a very playful design. Let's just come in here. We'll add, we've got all kinds of things in here. Scroll transforms, custom cursors, that's fun. But I really want to add, let's add draggable to these.
Oh, obviously. The only thing that Framer has.
Did I see a marquee effect in there? I thought they deprecated that tag.
They did. Yeah, that's very good, Tom. They did, but we still love it. So let's add, let's also just add a little typewriter effect down here. Okay, now, I think that's going to look pretty good, Tom. What do you think?
Looks pretty good to me, Tom.
I think I disagree, but fine.
So what good is it to do all of this work if your site remains unseen? Let's flip over here and click on the Publish button, and very quickly, Figma will check for any issues with your website. You can see our custom domain, and we'll hit Publish. Now, this is where we all cross our fingers for Moscone Wi-Fi and hope that in a few moments we get a website that's on the internet.
There is a URL. There is probably a custom domain that is going to be paid.
We've got our fully responsive website with our hover effects, our parallax, our draggable fun badges, our classic typewriter effect. And down here, we've even used interactive components, the way that you'd normally build them in Figma Design today. And I think that's one of the things that I'm most excited about, is that you can take all of your existing ways of working in Figma, and they directly apply to building websites in Figma sites.
So,
now, we want to give a huge shout out to all of our alpha users, like Bruno Figueiredo, who launched the new Layers conference site using Figma sites. Figma's own Story Studio, who created a custom font and specimen site in collaboration with other means, and Kia Tasbigu. And you may have heard that ReadCV is embarking on a new chapter. Well, we are working with them and Alex Einerson to build a plugin and a template to help you migrate your ReadCV right over to Figma sites.
You didn't miss much, to be honest, props.
And we've also partnered with the fine folks at Play Studio to build out a collection of gorgeous templates. You can access these from Figma Community or from the new file dialog when you create a new website. And we think these are going to be a great resource whether you're building your first website or you just want some templates to reference as you're getting started in Figma sites.
Available. Prices. That's indeed. Hi, welcome in, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? How's everything?
So Figma Sites is launching in beta today. It'll be available to everybody that has a full seat on a paid plan, and we'll be rolling out access to starter soon. And just a note, in the future when we come out of beta, there will be some additional fees for people who have additional hosting, custom domain, or bandwidth requirements. Now,
what did I say? The same thing as usual. God damn.
Of what's coming next in Sites. So Tom and I are going to give you a preview of a couple of features that the team's been working hard on. Now, we know many of you are going to be building websites that are very content heavy. And of course,
Figma website is available now. We have a new thing that is called Figma Grid, or not Figma Grid, but like Grid, which is another version of auto layout that is basically CSS Grid in a very much Figma way. So it's going to be annoying for the devs, but good for the designers. And Figma website is basically something to take over what Framer is and basically take the entirety of the market and remove probably the ability from people moving from Figma to Framer and transferring things. I feel like there will be things that
content manually all the time. And the key
Framer is going to do better, but you know, yeah, full seat. So you need to be like in a pro team, me, get access to this. There is a CMS thing.
Create CMS collections, define
CMS
thing, article, and easily access each of the articles in the CMS to edit all the content. And we think this focused editing experience is going to make it easy for you to bring collaborators in to just manage the content without clicking around on the canvas to edit text.
And to the people that are coming in just to edit the content, are going to need to buy a full seat again because that's Figma.
To get it into the design. So we can flip over here to connect mode, and all we have to do is select the property from our blog that we want to map to a layer on the canvas. So if we click on our title, you'll see that all the content already subs in and repeats down through all of our rows. And we can do that
pretty good because it's a fucking component.
Our summary.
That makes sense.
And our date. And just like that, we've bound all of the content dynamically from our CMS.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Now over here we have our blog article page. And
one thing I will say though here before they continue, and I'm just cutting them every time, because this is going to be
_Ukio is now following.
In beta for now. Please do as much damage as you can if you have a full seat. Create a website that contains hundreds or thousands of entries in the CMS, hundreds of pages, because it's going to be free for the beginning and you probably won't get charged for everything after. Or at least once it's published, you might be able to remove some features from the Figma file, but still have the published version live. So do that.
Look at this example. So here, Kicken wants to add this interactive calculator
also,
to their site so
that kid,
Yukio,
welcome in. Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream?
And have this update the estimated funding down below. That would be pretty hard to do with the point-and-click interactions, but it's a really good use case.
Yeah. You could become like a landing page building machine.
With Figma
no
sites,
issues.
With what we call code layers. And I'll show you how to get started. First, I'm going to select this design. This is just
so an embed
design that you would create. Auto layouts all set up in here. But I'm going to come over here and I'm going to click this new button. It's called Make Code from Design. And when I click that, that's going to automatically convert all of those layers into well-structured React and Tailwind. That's pretty cool. So now I could jump in here and start adding a bunch of interactions. That's not terribly fun to watch, so I'm actually going to slide over to an example that's already built. So here's one that's built out. And in here, you'll see that the right-hand side is a live preview, so I can interact with this. I can drag these sliders around. This has all been built out. But that animation felt like it took forever.
Long animation.
Yeah. So I'm going to come over.
That's what I was about to say.
Tweaks to the code here. Let's try 0.3. This is going to live update for me, and now I can play with this, and that's feeling much snappier. A couple other things just to point out while we're here. You may have noticed we're actually importing NPM modules here. There are some Figma-provided hooks so that you can expose properties for your code layers or customize your code for different breakpoints. And there's some really exciting new ways to work with code that you're going to learn about in a few minutes.
I'm seeing things here.
Stay tuned. CMS and code layers are coming soon. Two of many of the updates that we have planned for Figma sites. We can't wait to see what you publish. Back to you, Dylan.
Code layer is interesting. Figma site is interesting, obviously, but we'll see. I mean, we're gonna have the full debrief afterward because obviously we can.
A lot of hard work from the Figma team,
but
and it's also just the start. There's so many improvements to come. I can't wait to see what y'all do with it.
And this is another tool, which means that they still have
PTZ__ is now following.
While Figma sites
three things
can help you bring design
to unveil.
to the web,
PTZ or PTZ or parties or PTs. I don't know how we'll call it. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it.
Was Brett Victor. He once
see.
said, "Ideas are very precious to me, and when I see ideas dying, it hurts. I see a tragedy. To me, it feels like a moral wrong. It feels like an injustice." So many great ideas are often left unexplored due to time, to tools, to knowledge gaps. Our next announcement aims to help
That is
you get
French
ideas
there.
out of
I
your
don't like
head
that.
and into the real world.
I can't do that.
Today, we're excited to introduce Figma Make.
I see.
With Figma Make, you can take an existing design and prompt your way to a fully coded prototype.
That's the AI thing that we talked
this
about
demo,
earlier.
Please welcome to the stage Holly Lee, product manager of Figma Make.
It's a nice icon. It looks like the other icons that exist, which is pretty cool. But yeah. Someone with energy.
Right. I joined Figma
God
in
damn.
January of this year as a PM on the AI team, and it's already been the adventure of a lifetime. Now, like many of you,
So she's getting
I've
fired.
been
That's why
baking for as long as I
she
can
said that.
remember, including today's confit. I hope you like it. Now, for work, I get to make AI products, but I'm sure we all face a lot of the same challenges. Turning a design into something real enough to validate takes a long time and it's hard to do. So that's why we built Figma Make. With Figma Make, you can go beyond having to imagine how your design should feel and actually just experience it. So today, it's an honor to present to you all Figma Make on behalf of the
ChatGPT
team behind it.
Figma
We're
style.
building
I see.
really rapidly.
But it's
with
closed, so
new
that's good.
features and improvements every week. And while it's still really early, we're just so excited about all the ways Make can change how we design, iterate, and explore. So let's get into it.
I think the tie sharpied in is really cool, to be honest.
Okay. Like most makes, you're probably going to start with an existing design.
Yeah.
So here, you can see my team is prototyping a music app we're calling Earworm. Now let's say we just want to explore how this core player element will feel, right? How the CD is going to spin, how those buttons will feel like to click. Now, historically, prototyping even a simple design like this would have taken a lot of noodles, maybe an engineer, maybe switching to a different tool. But today is not that day. Now, with Figma Make, you can play with your designs just as you created them, all in Figma.
Cool. I am skeptical.
All we're going to do is take that core player frame, copy, and paste it into the Make prompt box.
That's
I'm
cool.
just going to say,
That's cool.
please make this CD player interactive. The CD should spin when I play a track. Thank you. Remember to be polite to your large language models.
Yes. Always.
And because we're Figma, we're not just giving the model an image of your design. We're passing the design itself, including all of that structure and metadata. The model can reference the layers in your design, understand what they're for, and iterate and incorporate that knowledge in its generation. Okay, and this is a live demo, no stage tricks, and models can be finicky, so wish me luck. Thank you. Now,
The only thing that I have a bit of an issue with right here is the fact that the thing that they had showcased earlier, which is the code block inside of the Figma site, basically they have the ability to extract the code or create the code, generate the code directly from the design. And right now, Claude is recreating the code from the design. So that's weird. I feel like they should provide
Testing out a new feature for their
the
sightseeing
code
app, Trail
directly
Journey. In Make, I can
when they
actually
paste
upload
the
a
image.
file, so let
So
me
they
do
would
it
have
just
like
like
the
I,
code generated and
and then
the image
experience
of the
all my
design
data
and the
instantaneously,
layers.
live. Look at that.
But
I can
yeah.
play back my route, and I can even interact with my elevation data. Make turned my design into a living, breathing prototype. Let's look at another example. Here, Lorik, a designer at Maven Clinic, used Make to turn a mobile Figma design into an interactive desktop clinic finder for their users. And this is complete with a real map API. So I can search here in the search bar and actually click around in this map. Now, using this prototype, Lorik was able to reignite a conversation in a single.
We have a preview right here.
All right, and even here at Figma, we're using Make to prototype our own products. So remember that amazing grid demonstration from Giorgio? With a design and a few prompts, Make
You have a good rest of your day,
give us a
props.
sense of how that grid visualizer should look and feel. Okay, now prototyping is a very powerful use case in Make, but that's not all it's good for. We're also just excited about the ways that Make can raise the ceiling for the types of things you can create in Figma. You guys ready to see some fun examples? All right, buckle up.
We'll see.
In Make, you can manipulate and render complex graphics like these shaders, courtesy of our designer Daniel. And he even threw in some
Good.
really fun animations.
Not Roger.
And in
Oh,
Make,
that's
you
cute.
can
Oh,
explore
that's
in
nice.
new dimensions. Check out this amazing 3D tool by our designer Tammy. And if you just bear with me for a second, let's see how good my cursive is. I can write config. All right. Okay. And look at that.
That's a
You've even
good dot.
incorporated a skybox and real materials like glass here and metal. And the next one is a personal favorite of mine. In Make, you can create and step into immersive worlds. So
This is going to
Tammy
be
also created
expensive.
This really fun game.
I'm just saying that
where you
right
can
now.
actually
This
just
is going to be
wander around the
expensive.
forest, and if they'll challenge me, take on some of these gnomes. Pew, pew, pew. Okay, I know this looks simple, but I've actually not won this game a single time. All right, let's look at one more really fun example. Oh my gosh, I'm being attacked. Okay, in Make, this is an experimental app by our friend Bruno. He's leveraging a hand tracking technology to manipulate shapes and colors. And because you can publish makes, this means you can also access the hardware of your device. And do things like this.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That.
Very, very cool. And
That's
all
pretty
of these
cool.
examples are just the tip of the iceberg. All right.
Just the tip.
Now, earlier, we saw Tom working on that calculator for Kickin'.
Sorry.
One of the things we're working on in Make is bringing it into more parts of Figma.
You dang.
And you guessed it, the
That
first
thing.
place is Figma Sites.
Yeah.
All you have to do is jump into this split view.
That's what I
where you
wanted
can
to zoom
see
in earlier.
Tom's
Like you have the
history of
chance to
prompting with
split in the
Make.
code.
Now we're so
So,
stoked about what this represents.
That's pretty cool.
You can freeform, design on the canvas, turn it into React code, and then bring it to life with Make. This opens up so many possibilities, and we can't wait to see where you take it in Sites.
I think it should be the other way around.
Remember that
but
generation
okay.
from earlier? Let's take a look. Okay. This time the model had a little bit of difficulty, but that's okay. All of the interactions there, but just to prepare, I had this one also made right before a stage. So as you can see, this was our original design, and Make translates it pretty much one-to-one. But we know you'd never actually stop here. You'd keep adding things, right? Riffing on it, adding designs, adding
It seems to be the case,
to give
yes.
you more creative control, we've actually introduced ways to target your edits to specific parts of the design.
Ah,
So we're
That's good.
introducing the point and edit tool, which allows
That's pretty
you to
good.
directly manipulate things like size, color, and font of elements on the page. And for more complex, thank you. And for more complex and open-ended edits, we also have point and prompt, where you can just pass in the specific part of the design and ask the model to only make changes there. So I could say, make the CD spin more 3D. All right. These are only my edits.
More
One of the
3D?
best parts of Make is that it's
Yeah.
all in Figma, so the gang's all here. What I would actually want to do is collaborate on this design with my entire team. So as a parting note, let's see how my team would take Earworm. All right. Okay, it looks like the gang's all here. Earworm 4.0 has...
No, salary will not grow, sorry about
It
that.
looks like Greta and Noah have even added a real AI DJ experience. Give me a song. We know a lot
Also,
of you
Chris,
are
I
probably
didn't say hi,
prototyping
but hi,
and
Chris.
designing AI chat experiences, and you can do that in Make.
Thank you for the drink earlier, I
You
appreciate
can
it.
not only rig this up to other models, but you can also rig it
Brain
to
just made the
real
connection
data
right there.
sources.
Don't
So
worry about it.
we can fetch real
Took some
audio
time.
tracks for all of these music tracks right here. Now, my team and I have had a blast building Make, and we hope you all have as much fun using it. We're only just getting started. And so from my team to yours, we can't wait to see all of the amazing things you'll make. And with that, I think I'm going to play myself off.
Can't have the music. You can't give me the music. But it's pretty cool. I have doubts in the price. And we're all gonna...
See what y'all make with Figma Make. We also know it has a long way to go, and I'll be
Again, I feel like FigMake would have been
the
much
results
better,
may
like
be
FigJam,
deterministic
FigMake.
because AI.
Big slide?
Also, we are rapidly improving Make. You'll see changes in days, weeks, so stay tuned, and you'll see quite a lot more coming. Make will be rolling out to everyone on a full seat over the next few weeks. And in the beta period, Make will be free with some usage limits if you're going above and beyond. And when we exit beta, Make will be a paid product. So far this morning,
How much?
updates for how you improve, design, build.
If you want to
websites,
roll
and
the
products.
beta features, you
We know
just
that's
basically
not
need
all that
to have
makes
access to
Figma
this.
for. Over the years, we've seen you all stretch.
That's all you need.
the
Once you
platform
have
in
Figma
so
Beta,
many
you have access to
innovative
it.
ways. When we noticed that people were doing brainstorms and using Figma as a space to be together in 2020, we built FigJam. And when we saw that so many of the files in Figma Design...
If you
were
just look for
actually
Figma
projects,
Beta inside of the
built
Figma
Figma
help
slides.
documentation, you will have probably
Building
the
new
ability to
products
get like the
with these use
download button.
cases does two things. First, it helps us keep Figma Design focused on product design. Second, it creates more accessible spaces for you to
I didn't
bring your
listen to what he
collaborators in
said,
with
to
you.
be honest, so I didn't hear Instagram tools at
In
all.
the past year, we've noticed something else. You've created millions and millions of marketing assets,
But yes,
branded
apparently.
content, things like social posts, campaigns, even print material in Figma Design. In designing these things in Figma, that's not the hard part. It gets harder when you try to work with people who don't live in Figma all the time, like we do.
Yes,
So we think there can be a better way.
yes.
And to tell you about one of our new products, please welcome our creative director, Damien, to the
Why?
stage.
Why do they have so many breaks with music switch that I can't play? I mean, it's less than 30 seconds, so I should be okay, but you know. The style is pretty good.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, he lost 10 points
Good,
off.
good. I totally can hear you.
Aura. No, that's
Hi,
dead.
everyone. I'm a designer that never gets told to make the logo bigger. I'm not sure if you saw the config logo outside, but it's ridiculous. It's massive. But it's true, though. Brand builders like myself, we're already in the file. In fact, I am so in the file that I'm often there like 3 times. I'm my own hovering art director.
Yeah, that's a good thing, to be honest.
Creative studio here.
Um,
Oh, sorry, forgot to turn on Slack. As an internal creative studio here in Figma, our brand team creates a lot, and for a lot of teams. And with the sheer volume of requests that come in, we just can't get to everything. We have to prioritize. Plus, many of the requests that we receive are sorry about that, it's embarrassing. First live demo and I get this? Okay. We're often making small copy changes or...
It doesn't work. It doesn't work anymore.
But we know our collaborators really need the work done, but they tend to get overwhelmed when we just drop them in a Figma file. So this puts us in a weird spot, as weird as this. When we become the production bottleneck, our partners are left to their own devices. And
Specifically because it doesn't look at the right side. Like he looks on the other side instead of looking behind him. That makes no sense.
Are you really working during the demo? Where are you? Lauren,
Hey.
are you really working during the keynote right now?
Hi, Damien. Hi, everyone. No, I just know you're so busy. I was just following up on those assets we talked about. I thought we could work on them after the keynote. I didn't mean for you to get the slacks right now.
Okay, well, when do you need them by?
Ideally yesterday?
Classic. Well, I do have a few minutes, and I was about to demo something kind of relevant, but
My
if
face.
you want to come up on the stage and maybe we can do
This
something
intervention.
Sure, why not?
All right.
This is
let's do it.
shit.
Everyone, Lauren
This is
McCann,
useless.
our director for
Waste of
Figma
time.
Studio.
Waste of time.
It's kind of...
Waste of time.
Did we plan this? I think we planned this.
I don't know.
All right.
Possible.
Okay, so
Oh my god, I have a mic.
if I remember correctly, your request,
Sorry.
you were looking to promote a
Yeah.
new live stream series?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So our campus leaders are going to be hosting a series of talks across dozens of their campuses, and we need help making assets for them. Also, quick shout out to our amazing campus leaders and all the other students and educators here today. Hi, guys. So yeah, that's what we kind of need help with.
Okay, well, we do have some live stream promo assets
No.
that you can use. They're templates that, if you see here...
No, there is no performance in showing up
I do
in
love
design.
the templates
No.
that you send us. They always look amazing. But
No,
I'm
you're
really
right.
nervous I'm gonna
You're
break
right, but
them.
still, this is shit. This is shit acting. Like it was the same thing last year.
I hear you.
Uh,
I hear you, but I
Nick's
was about
fine.
to
Welcome
promote
in.
a product
Welcome
that's
back.
actually purpose-built for this use case in mind.
Sadly, yes.
So it's called Figma Buzz, and let's check it
We
out.
half like it.
All right.
So far, there's things that are good and things that are
As you can see,
these two.
Figma Buzz looks very similar to Figma design, but with a streamlined, more focused UI. It gives you easy access to your shared brand library, so illustrations.
I love that they are not showing anything about the screen right now.
We can
we
also
don't.
start from a template.
We don't.
I can already tell this is going to be so much easier for me to get into this file than what you normally send me. No offense.
None taken. My files are often a disaster. But let's get started. We have
The
some templates
script.
right here. So these are the templates
The
that
script.
team made. You can access them
Worse
in
than an
Buzz.
LTT
Designed them in
video.
Design And then brought them into Buzz.
Okay,
So
gotcha.
Again,
what channels are you promoting?
another toolbar.
So we want to make this a social first campaign. So we definitely want to do something for stories.
Okay.
I would love to make something for the main Instagram feed, and let's do LinkedIn too. You know, everyone's all about that thought leadership. So
All about that thought leadership. Okay. Cool. So now as
Pretty
we
cool
have
though.
all of the assets in here on the canvas, you can navigate to them pretty simply. And
It's
you
the same as
But if you're more
Figma Slide
comfortable and you
though.
don't want to feel like you're breaking anything, you can just hit the edit content panel here, and this is
Okay,
where you can
I'll
adjust
give
your
it a go.
information.
I'll-
Okay,
I'll-
yeah, go ahead.
So let me add the title. I'm going to add in our speaker. And when he's actually giving his talk, oop. And oh look, it even edits the text on a path on the circle. That looks pretty nice.
Pretty cool.
Okay, so now I definitely need to swap out this picture to be Braden, but I only have pictures of all the students in normal color. But I noticed the template tends to be like having filters on it.
Oh, yeah, sure. So in the template, it's going to inherit some of the styling there.
Oh, okay.
So no, sorry to answer your question. No, I don't work with the Figma team.
Perfect.
I worked on the Figma team for the initial feature that is now called the Hub, Figma Voice inside of a file.
Well, variants.
I had a bit of a
even
say in
a-
there.
Even in a template
But
here,
yeah.
you do have some creative control. So
They
variants allow you
can't
to swap
touch the
assets out.
mic.
So for example, that image in the back there,
Okay.
there are some more options. So yeah, hit swap. Yeah, there you go.
And no, I don't work for Twitch.
Oh, nice. I can just change out the pattern.
Yep. Do you want to see something else cool?
I would love to.
Okay, cool. Well, if we zoom out here to grid view,
I don't
you can
like
see the
this.
entire
I
campaign.
really don't like this.
And okay, we only
The
have one
tools
more
are on the
so
side
if we wanna
instead of
change
being
it,
where they moved it last year.
assets,
So
all we
everything
do
is there. I really
hit the
don't like it.
multi-edit button,
I'm
upload
scared that this is
image,
going to move to Figma Design's
and
side.
There we go.
There we go. Braden's
And
everywhere.
Braden's
Okay,
everywhere.
so this
Yeah.
is definitely going to save me time, but I still need to do this for what? 25 events, 3 channels.
75 assets?
Do I have to do these all one by one?
No. We do have a bulk create feature right
Oh,
here on the
sneaky,
left panel.
sneaky.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, okay, I'm seeing a CSV upload. Now you're really speaking my language. Okay, as a marketer, I do love my spreadsheets, and I already do have something from my team with all the data for the event. So do I just press open?
Yep. And then you just need to map the info from the spreadsheet to the elements on the design, and there you go.
Okay, I think
That's
I saw
good.
Tom and Tom do this in their site CMS demo. So, see, I was paying
Yes.
attention and working.
Oh my god, it's the same thing as the
So I'm
CMS.
gonna match
Who would have thought?
titles.
Mm.
I'm going to do name for name. I'm going to go photo to photo, and then I'll.
My main point, and the reason why I'm complaining about it, is because the way that they are presenting it makes it sound like we are dummies and we don't understand the previous feature that they have presented. So it's just, you know, it could have been way better phrased and placed and presented and all of that, you know.
That was actually kind of fun. Well, that's Figma Buzz, everyone. Back to you, Dylan.
Are they really calling it Figma Buzz? Oh, also, Abdallah, hi, welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? I think the automation is really good. The fact that they have a CSV upload is really nice. It helps a lot.
Hustle
But,
working from the keynote. All right.
you
we're
know,
very excited to hear what
yeah,
you think
Figma
of
Balls is going to be...
Notes and availability. The beta for Figma Buzz is rolling out today to all users. And when it exits beta, it will be included on the full and dev seats, as well as a content seat, which is new and available later this month. This seat is for your collaborators who contribute content for Buzz, Site CMS, and other products down the road. It will also have access to FigJam and slides.
I don't think I like that. I don't think I like that.
So we hope this makes Figma more accessible to everyone who has need to
We'll see.
contribute content to the design process.
We'll see.
Y'all ready for
But
our last announcement of the day?
let's see. That's what I'm waiting for.
For our last announcement, we're going to bring it right back to where we started, and that is Figma Design.
I'm so sad.
When we started Figma, one of the first things we worked on was trying to challenge the existing conventions around vector editing. That led us to a bunch of explorations on what we call vector networks. Evan, my co-founder, in particular, really wanted...
They are making a new seat that is $8 a month for creators, people that just have the need to access things to create content.
And since then,
That's it.
over the years, we've accumulated some long-standing issue. Anyone here recognize this?
Yes. Yes, I had that issue yesterday.
Whether it's Boolean ops,
I'm lying.
flattening vector objects,
It was 2 days
outlining
ago.
strokes, we know there's a lot to fix. And so we did a complete rewrite of this functionality to improve
Again?
vector editing.
I'm impressed by that.
Also, we're bringing more visual expression into the Figma editor.
That's pretty good.
22 new features and improvements to be exact. Are you all ready for this?
No. No, I just made a fucking
To walk us through
boot camp
all
about
that,
Figma.
Please welcome the instigator of this effort, an engineering leader on our team, and the product lead for this effort, Lauren Bedoric.
Not the person I was expecting. So yeah, it's a new seat for people, but also I'm kind of scared of the outcomes and outputs of the new
I'm
seats.
Lauren, and I'm an engineer here at Figma. You might be wondering, why is there an engineer on the keynote stage? They usually keep us locked in the back. But I'm here because the work I'm about to share with you is very personal to me. I was a designer briefly before I was an engineer. I was an art major in school, and so I knew how to use creative tools long before I knew how to code.
It's still free. Usually the student plan is the pro plan, but free.
Very frustrated by all the things that I
So if it's included in the pro plan, you should be having access to it.
projects over the years to hack more expressive tools into Figma. But I work on the core editor team, and we've always been laser focused on meeting the needs of our core product design users. As the editor team, we're constantly working on things like typography features or shipping a better version of auto layout.
They haven't tested her voice in that room specifically.
While
He has
tools are
the
getting more powerful, design
biggest
sometimes also
vocal
can be a little
fry
bit
that
flat.
you could have.
Maybe it's time to raise the ceiling on what you can do in Figma.
Very
Give users
US
more
based.
power to unflatten their designs and to enable more craft. So today, I'm very excited to share with you what has happened.
Also, that looks like a dick, but yeah.
Which is that as of today, you can now use this toggle to switch to Figma Draw.
Look at that bitch! Sorry.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and talk
Dang.
Figma Draw.
Dang.
And you can see right away
That's
that there
titties.
are
That's
some
not the
obvious
thing that I wanted to
improvements
zoom
the
in.
UI. We have these big layer previews in the layers panel, some new tools in the toolbar, and also some UI elements that are more optimized for visual design, like sliders.
Interesting.
I'm going to start by talking about some of the improvements we made to vector edit mode. I've done a lot of vector editing in Figma, and I know that it can be pretty limiting at times. So we're going to start with this icon set that Koto is doing for Gustini, and it looks like we're trying to make a bunch of food icons, and this is supposedly a pasta, but it's not quite there yet. So we'll go ahead and select this.
I mean, that's a farfari.
I've selected all of these shapes. And you can see in Draw that we have this nice contextual menu here with a bunch of common actions you might want to do, Boolean operations, use this mask, etc. But actually today I want to vector edit these, so I'll hit return. And now I'm actually in vector edit mode on all of these shapes at the same time.
That's pretty cool.
Which is my new best friend. I can now select all these vertices and I can edit them all at the same time, which is pretty powerful. But I actually want to use our new shape builder tool today.
Ah, Shape Builder is now on.
And click or drag through some shapes that I want to remove.
16 years.
And
Congrats.
drag through some shapes I want to combine.
Congrats.
And that is the shape builder tool.
Wow. Sorry. I'm just... Obviously, I'm taking that for granted because it's been an illustrator in Photoshop for like, what?
And so
30 years?
Click to select these, or I could drag a box around them, but that can be kind of imprecise at times. So today I can also use our new lasso selection tool and select a really nice, precise selection of vertices. I'm going to select these instead and change the corner radius, and now this is looking a lot more like a pasta shape. Okay, I'm going to move on to this brand asset here, and I think I want to make this pop by adding sort of this red scalloped edge.
You will be able to, Tony.
And historically, I might do this by duplicating the circle a bunch of times around the perimeter, but that's going to get pretty unwieldy and kind of hard to manage. So instead today, I can add a new radial repeat.
Find the fucking lead. Sorry, then.
I think something like that would be nice. And
yeah.
the count. I'm off
So,
by a couple.
this is a feature in Sketch.
Really nice.
Since the first time I used Sketch. Almost.
And now I have this scalloped edge.
Radial repeat is something that there is almost like 50 plugins in the Figma plugin store that do this.
In the Buzz demo that you might not have seen before in Figma.
Yes, you are. Smile. Hi, welcome on in.
So now I'm going to select this text, cut it, because I don't trust myself to type on stage. Select this path, use the type tool, and if I click here, I can add text to the path.
That's good. Still, old tech, but good.
And finally, this vector is looking sort of pretty computery, but Gustini is looking for like more old world feel. And so we might achieve with that with some of our new...
Yeah, Fig Trader.
And you'll see right away that you can enable all kinds of interesting aesthetics by changing these parameters. And this is sort of a non-destructive effect that I can easily apply to this. So I might go with something more like this. And you can see if I zoom in here...
That's pretty good. It's useless for designers that do nice sort of UI, but that's
printed on paper.
Pretty cool. Because they need to make more money. That's the reason. That's the only reason.
Open the inline preview. And I might have a problem with this prototype, which is that
and also Smile, yes, 100%.
Elements here are kind of not standing out against the backdrop. As
the energy that she doesn't have is crazy, though. Like, I'm kind of falling asleep. Like, it's, I mean...
I might do something like add a background blur, make it really blurry, make that a little bit shorter.
Energy.
And so that's like kind of nice, but it has this sort of sharp edge here that I don't really love. And so now, as of today, I can instead change this to a progressive blur.
Ah, finally, something that is good. Yes, that's good. That is good.
So you can see I can easily change the start and end blur values, and I can move these handles around just like a gradient. I'll go with something like this. And now you can see as I scroll that it sort of lets my navigation elements pop here. And you can use progressive blurs with both layer blurs and background blurs.
That's good.
Okay.
But
These illustrations that
is it exportable in code? No.
they all look very sort of vectory. So I might see what I can do to make these look a little bit more hand-drawn.
We'll see. See.
So the first thing I'm going to do is try on this watering
I
can
doubt it.
to add a new brush stroke. So I'll change the stroke weight here, change the brush.
That's good though.
And you can see I can preview all kinds of different brushes here.
That's pretty good. There is a ton of icons that I would love to have like a bit of a difference in weight from start to finish. That would have been good, but
kind of brushes. I like that one. And now it's looking sort of nice and hand-drawn.
what I'm seeing here, before I continue listening to her and putting me asleep, that basically means that this new version of Figma Draw is going to be available in the iPad, and you will be able to use your Apple Pencil to draw thing in a way that is more natural, but also vector-based. That's going to be really good, but yeah.
And scroll to change the brush weight here, and do a little bit of shading here.
This is like Procreate, but it's inside of Figma, and so...
Maybe draw some shadows here. And now I think this is looking nice and hand-drawn.
No, but okay.
Next, we move on to this paper airplane, and I think this is also looking
But yeah,
sort of sharp and computery.
but now Adobe cannot buy Figma because they don't have
I
the...
can also add a new dynamic stroke, which is sort of
They are not allowed to.
way to have these.
See,
Like,
that's really good though.
So I can change the frequency values, the wiggle values. It's very wiggly, and the smoothing values, and get something that looks sort of pretty nice and hand drawn. And maybe I like something like that. So I'm pretty happy with that.
Very interesting.
Now, I might also
I
think
like that.
that this red is looking like sort of really solid, and so I might want to use a pattern for this instead. Historically, to do this, you might make a circle and then duplicate it 5,000 times. And as an engineer, I have to tell you that every time you do that, your CPU dies a little bit inside. So instead, we built something that is powerful and useful, but also way better for performance, which is new pattern fills.
Yeah, this is probably a shader.
Here, and then select a source from the canvas. And now change my scaling and my spacing values.
Pretty cool.
Change this to a hex pattern.
That's really good. Yes, Jonathan, Figma site, Figma in PTBR, just for you. Figma site, Figma grid, and now Figma Draw, which is interesting to have like basically Procreate inside of Figma. And previously we had Figma Buzz, which is to do some social media stuff, and the AI assistant Figma Make to create things. In the Figma code, or Figma site, there is a ton of other things that are really good. So thank you, appreciate it.
And this is sort of in a manga style. It has some really nice sort of stroke.
So this is like vector state.
And I think that this stroke is looking not quite right. It looks a little bit too uniform and too thin. So I might select this, enter vector edit mode, and use the new variable width stroke tool. Now I can change the stroke weight here.
Yeah, it should have been the other way, but
here,
okay.
Maybe also over here.
Oh, goddamn.
And then I can move these sort of stroke anchors around to give this sort of any kind of aesthetic.
That's the tool that I showcased last week about variable stroke.
Now, variable strokes will be rolling out in a month or two, but we were too excited not to show you today.
No, the AI counter is not rolling. I mean, it is enabled, but it's not. No one has triggered it.
And finally,
yet.
This bird illustration is looking
But
a
you
little
can.
bit sort of like too flat and
Congrats on landing.
So I might want to try using that same texture effect that I showed you earlier. So I'll go ahead and add a texture effect, but play with some different values to enable some different aesthetics. So I could like really blow out this radius.
God damn.
Stick with sort of a smaller size and relatively large.
I mean, that's good. This is something that I wanted to attempt earlier this week. So yeah.
And then I can also use this clip to shape option.
It's design. Thanks a lot for dropping. I appreciate it. Welcome on in.
The bounds of the path.
How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thank you for chatting.
Let's go.
Appreciate it.
And finally, this beak is looking a little bit askew, and so I might add a rotation origin point by adding.
Oh, that's neat. Sorry.
This rotation origin here, and rotate this around the edge here.
Features of Sketch from 2014.
Cool. So this is the final illustration set that Alice has come up with, and I think these look pretty good. And another really fun thing about doing this in Figma is that it integrates really well with all the Figma features you have come to know and love. So in this case, I also set these up using color.
Every time they say it comes really well with all the Figma features that you've come to know and love, I'm dying inside. No.
We've been running a small closed alpha program with about 100 users for a few months, and I want to share some of the work that they've made in Figma Draw. Now, my team built all these features. I personally built several of these features.
Because it's not true. We've been complaining all the time about the new features.
Honestly, every time I still say...
like, the only feature that we like
now you can.
is auto layout.
This was my slide here. It's going to come up soon. There we go. Yeah, cool. Thanks, everyone.
We have like animated icons right there.
Thank you.
That's pretty good. Also music in the background, sorry, I forgot about that. He's bopping, that's crazy.
Thank you, Lauren. And I hope you all enjoy Figma Draw. We can't see...
I mean, yes, but no.
See what you do with this new surface. Figma Draw, on availability for Figma Draw, all the new features will be available to everyone today.
For free?
And yes, that was probably the highest density of features per minute you've ever seen. We just shipped 22 new features, but
everyone is dropping today. That's crazy. Congrats.
All right. To recap, today we launched
Durton.
Sites.
On time.
Make. Draw.
One more. There is one more.
Of a lot of hard work, and you just saw the tip of the surface.
Yes. The tip of the surface.
In the keynote. So definitely do check out these deep dives if you want to go and learn everything you can about what we've shipped here, because there's a lot more that we couldn't get into details of. And of course, this would not be possible without the incredible folks on the Figma team. Please give these folks a round of applause.
Are we done?
It goes without saying, it's just a few of the faces.
Are we done?
So many people that have contributed to this effort. I feel so grateful to work with the most incredible team. So we doubled our product portfolio today from 4 to 8 products.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Together, we hope they will enable you to go from idea to product faster than ever. 10 years ago, co-designing in the browser was seen as...
No, it's on this stream. Not on the previous one, it's on this one.
It's just the norm. If you fast forward another decade, or maybe even like a year or two, what's impossible now, or what seems impossible now, will feel like the new normal.
I wish.
The future will not be designed by accident. It will be shaped intentionally by all of you. You all have been doing this from day one. Whether it's extending what's possible, surprising us with what you create, and even making
it's too grand for me.
That it was never built to do. This is one of the many things that I love about everybody assembled here and virtually, is that you are wired. You're all wired to go think further, think deeper. You're wired to never be satisfied.
Yeah, like your mom. Sorry, Dad.
Good, great. I cannot wait to see what you make. So after config, when you head back to your teams, your lives, your daily chaos, let's remember that the world needs you in this moment to lead and to push on what is possible. Thank you so much for being here with us as we kick off the first 2 days of config. I hope to meet many of you in person. Please do say hello and have an awesome Config 2025. Thank you.
Okay. Finally. Goddamn. Can go back there. Cool. Little trouble. Hi, welcome, money. So, grid has been added, which is pretty cool in terms of functionalities. I'm expecting it to be kind of broken, but it seems pretty good so far. Figma Make, which is this, is pretty interesting because it goes from your Figma file design and go directly into like an AI creation tool that will basically generate something based on that. Figma Site has code block, which won't be available in the beginning, but will be available later, which is pretty nice. But yeah, and then Draw is highly debatable. Highly debatable. But to answer your question, Rossoneri, about, in my opinion, you said monoservice will still be powerful, like more powerful than 5-in-1. No. Yes and no. I kind of agree in a way. Like, it makes sense to have like one tool that does one thing and not one tool that does everything. We've seen that happen with Adobe in the past. And when you have one tool that does everything, the users have a ton of issues in understanding what they can do, how they can interact with it, what is working, what is not working. And so, like, really defining the split is a better idea. However, it's not necessarily 8 tools in one. It's mostly it's mostly 8 tool in like one window, but they are connected but separated at the same time. So you know, that's the thing. Nonetheless, also marmalade and high and also sad. I hope you can recover that. That would be appreciated. Also, yes, the learning curve for each of these features and each of these new tools is gonna be massive. This is something that I've said in the past. If you learned Figma when I started learning Figma in 2017, 2018. You had to learn the Canva, the frames. That's it. And auto layout came in, plugins came in, new feature enhancements came in, and I just had to learn these new things on top of stuff. Today, someone that is brand new, so Xiao Xie, which came in earlier if you're still here, coming in and learning Figma today is going to be the most complicated thing that exists, or more complex than learning Photoshop at some point. Just because it is so broad and so, well, wide of features. So you will have some issues and you will have a learning curve that is like way greater, which I won't personally like. Like I do feel like it's not going to be a good idea, but we'll see. But yeah, that's the thing. I think, Abdullah, that's a really good question. I don't think the role of the UI designer is losing the relevance. I think the role of the UI designer that doesn't understand the rest is losing relevance. Yes, but that has always been the case. It's something that I've said multiple times. A UI designer that doesn't know UX is a bad designer. A UX designer that doesn't know UI is still a really good UX designer. So UI designer needs to have like other tools in their skills to be able to do other things. So basically, if you are just a UI designer, you're basically bad. If you're a UI designer that understands UX, you're much better. If you are a UI designer that understands UX and understand like product and dev, you are much better. So with this update of Figma, which will give UI designer the ability to go and explore code and draw and other things, that would make them better if they continue working on this. But yeah, that's the debatable point. I mean, it needs to be checked and see if things can happen or if things have happened. But yeah, that will take a bit of time. But yeah, the thing that I have a bit of an issue with right now with this new update is the addition of a new version of the tool. So again, we here, right? Everything is right there. We are going to have a new mode right here. So let me check for update and do like a massive reload all tabs just to see if it's just give me stuff. I doubt it. We never know. We never know. It does. Look at it. So design mode is this, dev mode is this, and then draw is this. That was zoomed in a bit too much. I'm not gonna lie on this one. This was a tad too close. But we have this, and then we now have the ability to say Figma site, which is probably going to be around here, or probably going to be around here. I don't know exactly where it's going to be. Going to be somewhere to get access to creating a site. It seemed to be a new file type, so that's probably going to be somewhere else. They said it would be like soon, so what? No, we'll see. Nonetheless, these are going to pop in. That's going to be an option. But yeah, like overall, the learning of the interface or the relearning of the interface, because the interface changed last year, basically. For everyone, it changed last week, like on April 30th. That was the last day for the previous version, and everyone had to transfer to this view. And now they have to transfer to this view with these new tools, which is a good thing. But yeah, let me just check something here. We now have this. It's a new grid with the options. We have free flow, vertical, horizontal, and grid. And this is in beta. So we'll see about that. This is the thing that I was aware of, which I said I can't talk about it. I had like Rogi or chat with Rogi before I basically recorded the Figma bootcamp to know what will change and all of that. He said basically on Figma website or Figma regular design, we would only have things changing around here. The rest would be much more on other tools that I didn't know about. And I kind of knew, but you know. But yeah, that's the new thing. There is this now, which is marking as ready for dev right there instead of doing it somewhere else. That's interesting. Yeah, there is someone on Twitter that did that, which again, I don't think I mean, I think I liked it, but I also don't know if I did. You know me. Someone basically said they received the notification. It was either on Twitter or it was on Threads. It's probably on Threads. Also, I just saw something, which is that button right there changed, and now it's out of date. Anyways, yeah. So Figma Draw is a new mode inside of regular Figma, which apparently I just clicked on it and it kind of froze Figma overall. It changes things, which is what I do like about the interface. It gives me this, which is the Boolean operation. It gives me the tools that I don't really give a shit about. I think that this is the pen tool. We have B for brush and capital P for pencil, which is the same thing as before. It's just they added this one, which is kind of new. And then on this side, we have the appearance, and that's about it. We have like the rotation, radial repeat. I hate this. I hate this for many reasons. So the reason why I hate radial repeat here specifically is because this is useful everywhere. It's not just useful in draw, it's useful in design. I need radial repeat here. Like if I needed to do this, for example, this thing, which is like a repetition, obviously, it would have been much better for me to have like a radial repeat to work on. But I didn't. So
Matt Goslow is now following.
Matt Goslow, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. But here we should have something to say radial repeat. Like if I select something and I can have the ability to do radial repeat, it should be there, but it's not. So these things is what I really hate about the separation of tools for Figma, is that right now, let's say I need to make this like an array of whatever, right? I'm using this and I need an array of whatever. I need to move into Figma Draw, then I need to move into radial repeat to get the thing to work. But now I have a radial repeat that is here. Cool. That's good. That's what I need. I don't know what that button does. I don't know if that's like apply transform. Anyways, let me just click there. If I click on design, now this thing is a repeat group based on that, and it has the union of the initial thing, and I don't have any like things around here, which is really annoying. I have repeat, or there is a transform which is called repeat, but I don't really have any information about it. And let's say here I figure that I don't need like 6, I need 8. I need to go back into draw to change this. You know, that's just, It could be so easy to have this tool in design, like in design mode, and not just in yeah. I mean, I understand repeat is basically you take the first one, which is this, and therefore after that everything else is going to be the same, which is interesting. It's a good move so far. We do like this, but I mean, I don't know. Again, I'm just complaining because I can. But yeah, these switches, again, going to draw, to design, and to dev mode, how? Oh, okay. I'm complaining again. That's good. They said Shift D to go from design to dev, because it's just, you switch between the Ds. It's very kinky of me, but that happens. And now you switch again between the Ds with draw. Draw, design, dev. You couldn't do something different? And like Shift D does shift between these two, but how the fuck do I get there? Shift Alt D? No. It's annoying. It is annoying. Let me click on that link though. Yes, Figma Buzz is their new thing for Canva. Is basically like making marketing assets and and all that. But yeah, again, going back to some of your questions of how fast can you become like a one-man army of something. Basically, having Framer directly into Figma, if you know Figma, you basically have a website that is up and running as long as you basically design the desktop, tablet, and mobile. You have your responsive website, and you basically have one click. So you have to do the work once, which is really good. Figma Make is lovable, not cursor. So it's basically you have your Figma file and you can just integrate it with code directly, which is pretty good. But it's linked like really tight with Figma sites. To me, these two should be together. They shouldn't be two separated tools. They should be together. Figma Buzz and Figma Slide have a very, very similar interface, and Figma Draw is similar, but it has some tools. Again, Site and Make can be like their standalone tools to me, like that makes sense. Buzz and Slide could work together, and Draw and Design should be together. Like the tools that are in Draw should be integrated inside of Design Regular, and the tools of design should be integrated in Draw. But as I said before, my best version of Figma is not new files with different type. It's new pages with different type. So if I'm here and I know that I need a page for Draw, I'm going to create a new page. And I would love for this to be a FigJam board, for example, right inside of my file. And maybe I need to create a site, and I'm going to create like a page for the site specifically that is linked to the rest of the page of the same file, but that way I don't need to navigate and switch to things. It's just like a feature in one page. But yeah. You just need to do check for update and then reload all the pages. That's basically how you get it. But yeah, like there is a ton of things that, in my opinion, would be much better to get like inside of the same page. This is one way to do it, like getting the access to these two is an option. But yeah, I don't like this though. The fact that this selector is a candy selector with the highlight on the top and all of that. I don't like this. This is really bad. This is really bad. Jonathan, have a good rest of your day. Have a good meeting. Maybe see you later. Probably see you later. I don't think they will merge them. There is a thing. I need to be here to tell you that. There's a thing that is very important to Figma, and it is making money. And so basically what they are going to do is Figma Design is going to be $16 a month. Figma Slide is going to be probably $8 a month. Figma Dev Mode is going to be $14 a month. Figma Draw is going to be $8 a month. Figma Bot is going to be $8 a month. And therefore they can capitalize on the fact that, yeah, if you want these and you already have a paid seat, maybe it's going to be $4 here and there. But if you just need one, you're going to pay for this thing specifically. And it's the exact same thing as the Adobe model, which was you have something for $20 a month. And then you need another tool, then it's another $20 a month. And then you need a third one. Why not pay for all the tools for 50? So you pay for $50 a month and you have access to all of the Adobe tools. Makes a lot of sense. And then one day they bump the price. And you're still going to pay because you know these tools so well and you are locked in the ecosystem, so you can't move out. That's probably what's going to happen with Figma as well. They're probably going to have like a master seat, something that Enclose or Englobe or, yeah, Enclose used have all of the tools that they have created, like the 8 that they have today, but probably the others that they want to create later. And that is the thing. No, it's not sustainable. Again, we've been saying that all designers that are freelancers have been saying the Figma like kind of appreciate that. Yeah, it is included in the full seat, but it's not included as a separated thing just yet. Like it's there. If you have a full seat at $16 a month, you can't really just use Draw. Like that's not a thing. But what I would love to have is, oh, I just need dev mode. No question. I need dev mode and dev mode only. Not a dev seat. Like the thing that pisses me off here, and I'm gonna go back to what is not sustainable in my eyes. A dev seat gives you access to FigJam, Figma Slide, and dev mode. It costs $25 a month. Who is gonna tell them that it's just 16? Like You get more stuff for 16 if you take your organization plan for your designers and you make them professional instead. Like, they just collaborate by sending files all together, but that's going to be way cheaper. $55 per seat when the regular things cost 16 makes no sense. It makes no sense. The only reason why this is like 55 is because instead of having to get the professional to pay for any other editors that they have, this is like a minimum of 7 seats, as far as I remember. There is a minimum of design that you need to have, so you basically need to pay like $1,000 per month at a minimum to be able to get access to this. And it's just makes no sense. The pricing models makes absolutely no sense. We've all been complaining about it for years now, and they are not like following. But yeah, but unlimited teams change nothing. Like, a team is basically a project folder with sub-project folders. That's it. But the hierarchy of information that you can have means that instead of having one drive, you can have 2. Or 3, or unlimited. But if the exact same designs are just shared across multiple professional plans, like you have one professional plan with 3 designers for your company, then they are all going to pay $16 a month. And that's it, and you're done, and that's about it. If you have like a team with $55 a month for 3 designers, well, you pay 55 for 3 designers 3 times. Like, it makes no sense. So that's my main issue with Figma pricing, and that's probably why they kind of want to move things to like seat-based. I mean, this is why we've been complaining about the seat-based process for a long time, and I hope it goes away once, that they have like something that is more sustainable. Instead of having seats, I would love for them to just say, you want FigJam, you want Figma Slide, you want Figma Site, you want Figma Design, you want Figma Draw. You know, like, I don't care. But you can pick the tools specifically like Adobe has done, because it would be way easier for people to understand that now they own for the license time that they have. So maybe they pay for the year, and they have access to this thing for the year, and that's it. And they don't need to pay more, and they don't need to pay less. The other thing that makes no sense to me, and we've been complaining about it for a long time, if I got my full seat right here, and for some reason I have an external designer that needs to work with me, that external designer also has a pro seat, full seat for their environment. As long as I allow them to be an editor on one of my files, I need to pay for their full seat as well. So I'm basically paying $16 for myself and $16 for them. And they are to pay $16 for themselves and $16 for me. Which basically means that we are together paying $32 each to let one person in. If for some reason I have another one, I need to pay for them as well, because they need to edit my files. If I have another, I need to pay for them as well, they all have an external. They are all external designers that already pay for a full seat for the access to the tool. But because we need to collaborate on the same tool, I need to pay for them as well. Which take a look at I don't know, some small company that you probably have heard of. They have like a small tool. It's blue. It's called Photoshop. I know, kind of niche companies. If you have a license with Photoshop, well, you have a license with Photoshop. And if someone else sends you a file, you can edit the file. Like, there is no question about, oh, it's someone else that has paid for Photoshop as well, but you need to pay for them to send you the file. That makes no sense. Because, again, if I just want someone to comment the file, to put comments, look at things, explore the design, it's not even $3 a month. It's free. So it's not a bandwidth things. It's not I don't know what it is. But you can't tell me that someone that is paying for themselves need to be paid for as well a second time. And that just makes no sense. The reason why they're doing these collab seat is for that specific thing, is like, you want someone to come in but not necessarily do the design with you, you would have this. What I need is this collab seat for designers. Do you think card will be forever for payments in the future? No. But also, cards don't exist anymore. Like, we still have virtual cards, yes, for sure, but I don't think it exists anymore. I think the payment methods are tokens, even though it's like euros and the tokens are euros. Because everything is digital, there is no payment anymore. It's just like, it's number in the back end, and that's it. So yeah, I don't think cards would be a concept anymore. I think it would be account overall. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, collab seat doesn't include design. So what I need is a collab seat for designer. Like, I need this, if I need to pay for them for bandwidth or something, I don't really give a shit. Fine, I will pay for them. $3 a month that makes sense. Yes. Yeah, I get it. What I really don't understand, again, why the fuck is a professional seat of collab $3, but as soon as I'm in an organization, it's $5, and as soon as I'm in an enterprise, it's $5, so that's the same price, but not the rest. Like 12, 25, 35, 16, 55, 90. It's the same fucking guy or girl, person, that is doing the design. They have access to the exact same features. Except if you're an organization, you have access to these three things. So branching and merging, which is really cool. You have never seen that. The in-app library analytics, which is interesting for people that have like a design system that is massive, to know how many times a very specific instance has been unlinked from a component. And that is only viable because you have the organization-wide design system, which is like a master file that is distributed across all of your teams. But that's it. The rest of these things, like the rest of the features that are like very much dedicated, so the custom color palettes, I don't know if that's useful. If you already have like a design system, that's fine, but this is like for FigJam, so again, I don't think this is useful. Figma Slide has everything. Figma Draw has everything. All the things that are like dev related, I get it. Like for the organization enterprise plan, I get it. But like not that much. The thing that is like securities, yes. That, yes, 100%. And then the admin, yes. Why not? But then the platform that give the user the ability to customize their workspace, that's crazy to me. Like you already have the ability to let the users customize their workspace, meaning that here I could have the tools that I really care about and not the tool that Figma is giving me as a base. But you just put that behind a paywall. Let me pay for it. I don't care. I want that. I'm using P3 in there, if I remember correctly, which is somewhere in there. But again, not where I can find it, as always. Is it right in there? Might be right in there. Yeah, right there. I'm using P3 because this is the regular display. Like, because my display support P3, I'm using P3. I should be on sRGB just because, but also it's not as bright. So, at the end of the day, the thing that I'm seeing here is the same thing that you're seeing, like you're seeing in sRGB. Like the P3 mode, P3 is not going through for you. Like you can't see this thing brighter than what it is. Basically, this color right here is the same as the stream overlay, at least for me. But it's not. Like what I'm seeing on YouTube, what I'm seeing on my phone, it's the same color. But in reality, what I'm seeing is not the same. No, you can't use, Wilson, you can't use Figma Site right now. You can use Figma Draw right now, but Figma Site is not available just yet. Should soon, but it's not right now. We don't have the ability to create like a new file right here, which was supposed to be the case. And as far as this instant, not yet. Soon. But yeah, like all of these things for pricing just makes no sense. And in my point of view, again, I don't know shit. I just have been working with design tools for 20 years. The price bumps that we see going from 16 to 90 per seat. It doesn't really justify all of these features that are added, because basically you have 3, 4, 5. You have 5 more features from professional to organization, and probably 10 from professional to enterprise. Like having something that is 3 times the price, 5 more features per seat. It doesn't justify anything. Their pricing is really bad. And again, the point that I make here. If I'm a single freelancer and I need to have an external designer for today, they need to work on something, and I forgot to remove them as an editor from the file at the time of billing, I'm going to need to pay for them as well. Same thing for the other 3. If I'm currently paying 16 and I need to pay like Rain 48 for these 3 people, Yeah. Yeah, so beta is going to be available here. I probably have access to Figma site, to be honest, but it's just like it's probably in there. And yeah, you see that the interface is kind of different. Figma Bake is there. So I do, right, have access to. I probably do have access to these. I just don't know. It's not right. Yeah, I probably have a bit of a different thing. Also, that whole new file thingy is kind of weird. This interface is different. Not much different, but different. Interesting. It looks closer to the old one. It's interesting. Anyways, it's probably going to be in there in the beta version soon. Soon. Nonetheless, that's the thing. I think the pricing is going to be the most annoying section, as always, as they do. But the overall thing that we have, or at least from my point of view, the fact that we have, let me just see if I can reload that to have the same model thingy, I'm guessing. Yeah, now I have this here. These are cute though. The grid is interesting. I have doubts in its implementability in terms of how devs will be able to get access to it. Figma site is cool. The good thing about it is the code blocks, or the code layer, as they call it. These are really good, but they are not accessible right now, and they won't be 4-bit. The Figma Make is debatable good. I still feel like it's gonna be the same is kind of not right, but going in there and saying draft, like first draft, and say something as a weather app, which is the regular thing for iOS, you know, like that. And then you just send stuff. Appreciate it. Thank you. And that's an option, you know. It's a cool concept. Right now it's generating an image in the background, which is prompted by ChatGPT 01, and it has most of the content. This first draft thing is good. Good to an extent. It has some good stuff that can happen. Specifically, like it's supposed to be a fucking weather app. It's supposed to be blue sky, not or at night. It's night now. But yeah, that's the good stuff that we have. But that's about it. That we don't have much more than this, to be honest. In terms of AI enhancement and Figma Make. So that new Figma Make is going to be pretty good. Yes. Well, Figma Draw is just debatable. I have doubts. Lots of it. That round is really shit though. I don't know. Again, I think Figma's Make is gonna be good. Figma Buzz. If they could change the name, I would like it. They can't. So we'll see. And And Figma Draw, again, is debatable. I do think that most of the feature of Figma Draw should be integrated directly into Figma Design as tools and not as additional layers of complexity. Like I'm going from here and I need this thing right there, right, to get my shape builder, which is now we have this, which is good. But let's say I need this to be a different, like, a different width. Well, I need to go in there and then get into the modes to get into, I don't know, different width styles, things, and different points to get like, I don't know, it's really weird. They haven't really explained how it works, or like, dynamic stroke is going to be here, or potentially if it's brush going to be there. Also, right now I'm showcasing something that is pretty non-visible, black on black. That doesn't work. But I have issues with how they have showcased it, because it's not working. This is not working as we expect it to be. So yeah, yeah, that's true. The perspective transform is the last thing that we are needing, and we don't right now. Why? That's a fair point. That is a very good point, to be honest. Oh, that looks like shit. I don't like that. I wish we had like the fucking viable elements, like the viable width is necessary, and it's not there. It's not here, and it doesn't seems to be. It's crazy. It's crazy. That version is really weird, though. That's crazy. That. Nonetheless, the thing that I was about to say, because I got derailed by myself, as I always do, the viable stroke is right here. If I can type, we have viable width for strokes, which is a plugin that already exists that is really useful, was really useful. This is dead now, useless. Oh, not useless, but like not as useful as it used to be. We had effects for the stroke, for example. We could create things with other elements, not an option anymore. Or, I mean, not necessary anymore. There is pattern hero, which is the same thing. This was a very, very good plugin to create patterns. Right now, if I want to build this with a pattern, I can just go in there and select a pattern mode and be good with it. Like have my scale done or not done or whatever. It's like that's something that wasn't existing before, and we had a plugin for that. So all of these things are useful, but they're basically breaking and killing small developers that have built plugins in the past for the Figma community. And that is really sad from my point of view, to see people that were like really into Figma and making sure that it was good and it was working and it would be like nice for everyone, basically get their whole work being not discarded, but like overridden by the fact that Figma has access to their code, because obviously Figma does, and they can just say, oh yeah, that plugin is really popular, let's integrate that, and not do anything or give anything to that person that has created the plugin in the first place. But to me, that is really bad. This is something that happened many times in the past with many different people's, and we've seen that being good, but we also have seen that being really bad. The thing that kicked me at some point during the config first talk was saying that they have seen that we have created a lot of social media content, a lot of LinkedIn posts, a lot of Instagram reels. What did they see? Like, that's my question. Do they have access to the entirety of what people have said and done? And therefore, anything that I'm doing in the Canva is absolutely not private? Wrong? I mean, that's bad. Is it like just... If it's just this, I'm fine with it. Is it just people have created like new frames, and in the new frames, they have selected social media as a base, and they have said, I need a social media post, and that's the only matrix that they have. That's the case. I'm fine with that. Not good, but I'm fine with it, because it's just like one marker saying like that frame has been used. Or up the count. Or that's it. If they have access to the content of my files, this is probably in the contracts that I'm signing. But if the fucking works that you're doing is under NDA, well, basically it's not. That's bad. That's bad. But you know, then, yeah, hi, welcome on in. Good morning. Good day. How are you? How's everything? But that's an interesting thing that I don't know. I really have a bit of an issue with that, and we'll see. I do feel like, again, from my point of view, draw not that useful. Some features really good, but not that much. Buzz, for me, not that useful. Sight, really good potential. Make really good potentials. These two together, good combo. This one, debatable, and this one would create some really cool visual stuff, but that's about it. Nothing, at least from my point of view, nothing more than this. It's gonna be just yeah, I need like a new thing. The thing that I want to check though is this. Dang, that's cool to an extent. That having the ability to say that this is a progressive blow, starting at 16, going to 0, is a pretty cool concept ID content. I just need to know, yeah, does it work if it doesn't have any pixels behind it? No, but at least a 1 pixel or 0.5 pixel should probably work to get as clear of a transition as possible. Right there, kind of works. It's a very good concept. It's a very useful concept. It's right there. Right, we have it right here. We are using it in Can for sure to get that. But yeah. Yes. I wish I had access to it. I don't know if beta is in a selected seat things. They don't really have any explanation of how to access it right there. They never do. But and yeah, you are asking me, it's right there on my site. So it is feasible. As you can tell. They're right there. Right there. Working. Look at it. Clean and all. This is a Framer component, so it's a bit easier. I have a lot of doubts in how this is based or built. But yeah. Wilson, if you are wanting to share links on YouTube, that doesn't work. You need to paste the things to fake the URLs if that's what you have. But if you're just talking about what is in there, specific about beta, probably. Like there is the coming soon badges for most of the things that are coming soon. No, it's a value-based gradient blur or background blur. But yeah. I want to see that. Thank you. That needs to be updated now, because the entire thing of sites is just, oh, we have Framer now. I agree, Wilson. I agree with you. I really wanted to check it out and see how it works and what we can do with it. Mainly because I want to see this. This is really Webflow based layout, and I hate it already. But the thing. Or like this.
This is how I move. This is how I move. This is how I move. Move. Watch me move.
There are so many questions. God damn. Oh, so it's Figma Make is a rollout situation. It's the same as last year. So basically, some people will have access to things faster than others. We used to have like a request access option, and we don't have it now. But then might be something that can happen somewhere. They'll have access to, like, yeah, release note or something. We'll see. But yeah, for now, no access. I'm guessing it's gonna go through with time. We'll see. Also, essentially, to answer your question about why the fuck do we have the fair use at the end. Fair use is every time we have a live event, specifically on Twitch, and in order to retain the ability to have the VODs up, I need to have fair use in the title in order to make sure that It's flagged as, yes, I'm using someone else's content, yes, but it is in fair use conditions, and I'm dunking on it as much as I can, but still fair use. And also because I'm cutting like the music, I'm also editing, I have like more content around it. This is something that happens. Basically, the last time that we did that for Apple, and I got a DMCA strike by Apple the next day because I used their music on Twitch, not on YouTube. YouTube just basically said, "Oh, we noticed that you are using content that is not yours, so we cut the streams." Yeah, was like kind of direct, but yeah, today seems to be pretty good. The new music in the background seems to be pretty okay. So that's nice. But yes, the fair use is because of that. Event-based stuff. Why can't I fucking find Figma sites in these FAQ situations? Because right there. Is it a full seat for paid plans? Yes, so I do have access to it, and I don't. I can't have access to it. I see. You bitch. You bitch. See, it's probably rolling out, Wilson. Probably. Isn't this wrong? I'm sorry. The content seat will be available to all plan with pricing ranging from 8 to 25. Didn't we just see that a collab seat is like $3? Oh, content seat. The content seat is collab seat. I make up your mind, Figma. Figure out a price and do that. Maybe it's USD. No, it's $3 in USD. Oh, I should pay in dollars. Oh, I should pay in dollars. God dang. Who's the bitch now? I mean, I should pay in dollars from a European bank account. Like that's $12 instead of 16. I'm gonna do that. I know conversions are hard. I mean, my regular things, or specifically what is going to happen next year, if I can do that, going to pay in yen instead of paying in euros, because, you know, it's way cheaper, but yeah. I don't think you would have devices for payment anymore. We've had that discussion before, Rossari. I don't think currency and money should exist. So in my vision, utopic vision of the future, there is no more payment system. We don't need to pay things to get access to things. Like, it's just, we have figured out that it's sustainable to maintain something and get that, just access basic needs and other things, and yeah. In my vision, there is no need for currency. Like, the exchange of currency in the beginning was because you have something that I don't have, and I would love to have that. And right now, I need to say that exact thing to get a house, get a car, get food, stuff, you know. So if you go into any sci-fi movies or TV shows that take place in a spaceship, Are they paying for stuff on the ship? No. Because they need the food, the water, the sleeping area, the entertainment, the things. It's provided, it's inside of the ship. Why can't we do the exact same thing here? That's all I'm saying. Like, if you just think of the Earth as the ship, it should just be provided by the ship to the extent of its ability, and yeah. But it's, I mean, it seems only logical. Like, if I need something and I have access, I can have access to it. Not I have access to it. I can have access to it. I should be able to have access to it. It's like, you're someone that needs to have a bed to sleep. You should have access to a bed. No. I think people that eat too much at buffet should be allowed. I think the people that eat too much at buffet are eating too much because they want to stuff their faces because it's unlimited. But as soon as everything else is unlimited, there will be self-regulations. You know. No. If you are in a spaceship, there is no credits. Like, I mean, we have talked about this before. I do like this TV show specifically. It's a small crew. I agree. I recognize that. It's like a very small crew, very small ship overall. But they are not paying for anything on the ship. They might pay for refueling, right? They stop in an outpost somewhere, and they get their new plants, their new water, their new missile, ammos, stuff. But that's it. Like, they might pay once, but then on the ship itself, it's provided. And most of the time, specifically here, it's an exchange of goods and not an exchange of money. As in, I have design skills, you have food, I need food, you give me food, I give you design-related stuff. You have, I don't know, a place to stay. You need the place to stay to be clean. I clean the place. I stay in the place. Like an exchange of goods and benefits and things makes way more sense to me than an exchange of currency. I'm still locked in the currency thing, so pay me. But yeah, no, I really don't think currency should be a thing. But I also don't think war should be a thing, to be honest. Like, I think if you can't come to an agreement with something with another country, I mean, I don't think country should be a thing either. So I know. The only thing that I've said, which is still true, is the most probable and even not realistic, but time where humanity would be united as humans is if and only if we have an alien invasion, and the goal of the alien invasion is to annihilate the entire human race. And even then, I think we'll still fight each other because we are dumbasses. So I don't think humanity should remain the same. But yeah. at the end of the day, that is why I don't think credit cards should be a thing anymore. I think it would be credits. I don't think it would be devices. I think it will go through iris and biometrics first. We can go into something else, into transactions. But yeah. Like, yeah. I mean, the only thing that you can't really replicate doesn't exist. There's nothing that you can't replicate. So, currently, at least, even with the current tech, like, there is nothing we can't say the crypto wallet that you have is your DNA genome that is like proper to you. No, that's not the case. There is other people in the world that share the exact same genome. Your fingerprints, yes, they are proper to you, but also they are duplicatable. They can be duplicated to someone that is needing to have, like, I don't know, your finger. Will just get your finger, willingly or not. Biometrics with iris scanners and all that, which seems to be more complex than genome and more unique because of all of the fucking things inside, is an unviable option, at least from my point of view, because it simply it just it just doesn't work. Iris is just like too complex, but also, I mean, anyways, it's a complex stuff. There is a lot of issues with the eyes. There is a lot of people that have something that is called blindness and lymphoma, and basically your eyes get cloudy. So as soon as you turn, I don't know, 46 and you start to lose vision, you can't pay anything. It makes no sense. If you are still in a payment environment. So, biometrics is not viable. Like, biometrics of people are declining on daily, mine included, specifically mine, and that's not a viable option. So, yeah, I don't know. I think there will still be like an ID per person, sadly, which is like the government ID that's tied to an account that is tied to you from your monthly, yearly, quarterly benefits that you can receive. Yeah, it's a bit of a weird thing. I don't know. I mean, I do understand it, but Also, yeah, you said if we expand the Earth, I don't think we can. Right now, based on the tech, we will attempt base on the moon in 2026, which is really, really soon. Start of the expansion to the base on the moon in 2026 is planned. 2032, as far as I remember, is the first cluster of habitable environments. Mars is way further, and the thing that is really every time pissing me off is they say it costs money, which is not true. It costs resources, and then the resources cost money because we decided that they do. But yeah, like, you can get the resources, like the government can get the resources if they just mind it where they are, get access to it. If they don't, then not their roles. That's the hunter-gatherer situations, at least from my point of view. If you lived and you were in the hunter-gatherer situation or era of the planet, and you lived in a place that had avocados, or whatever it was at the time. Well, you had avocados in your diet, and people that had a place where there were no avocados had never heard of such things, and therefore they didn't evolve to build farming and shit around it. And to me, based on where you live, maybe you have access to some resources, as in China has a lot of like minerals, Russia has a lot of minerals, but it's under the fucking snow and ice, which is kind of impractical. Africa has a lot of sands, make glass, and if you don't have the ability to get these resources that you need to do the thing that you want to do, you either relocate or you shut the fuck up. That's my take. That's my take. So yeah. I think some robots will have the ability to repair themselves and sustain themselves for the long term, but a bit of a complex one though. This one is yeah, not impossible, but kinda not for now. Nonetheless, I don't think we will explore other planets soon enough, unless again we are visited by an alien race that is way more advanced than us for some reason, and they are friendly and they are willing to share tech. If they are, and you know, that's fine, then yeah, we'll probably do that. But also, you know, I don't think it is. AI is so simple though. Again, AI doesn't exist. This is something that we have covered before. Artificial intelligence, semantically speaking, artificial cannot be intelligent, intelligent cannot be artificial. Semantically speaking, that doesn't work. So, on paper, another thing. Then we use artificial intelligence because this is the easiest way for people to understand what we're talking about when we're talking about if else. An AI is basically an if else models that just says if that is the previous entry, then the most probable option after is this. For language model, for example. For diffusion models and most of the image related stuff, this is the noise that we have, and based on the research and the content that you know, like the data that you are aware of, this pixel is currently green. There is a higher probability for this to not be green because the thing that is asked is usually brown or usually orange. Therefore, shift that pixel by like 2, 3, whatever, diffuse, change the pixel placements. And at the end of the day, just create and refine the noise into something that is recognizable based on previous entries of images. So it's basically, again, just if pixel 36,000, currently green, then probably brown. Cool. That's it. Like the AI is that easy. As far as right now, in terms of the easiest, simplest way of understanding it, this is the best way. If you want something, I mean, if you are interested in learning how it's built and how to build it and how to interact with it, let me find that video. There is one person, which is one of the creator of OpenAI, that has a YouTube channel that explains a ton of AI related concepts and how they work, what they do, and so on. It's pretty good. I mean, to me, it's pretty good. It's a pretty nice overall explanation. They have like a long ass video. Like this one is 2 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours, 4 hours. Like it's just it's crazy. And all of these things are free to watch, free to understand. And yeah, like how things work, how things are built, all day. Really good. Really, I mean, to my take, pretty good. And yeah, I get it. Debatable. Debatable. Yeah, no, AI is pretty good. But nonetheless, yes, if an alien invasion happened, probably not in my lifetime, to be honest. But if it does, it might be the only time where humanity could be united, and I still have a lot of doubts. And if that alien race is friendly and willing to share tech, then and only then would we be able to expand and like take a look at other planets. Yeah. There was this thing from a long time ago now. I'm gonna say that because I don't know exactly when it was. Someone said that the first human to live to 200 was born in the 90s, I think, or in the 50s. I forgot. Basically, based on the speed of like fix this the speed of medicine is or was so great that the maintenance of life makes people go further and further. That was what they said, but also now doesn't seem to be the case. I don't think phone will be the thing as well as what Jan said. Phone apps, I think apps as a concept, micro software, is potential, but not probable. Based on where we are going right now, there is two direction that is they probably going to happen. There is the organic version, which is made by humans, and there is the silicon-based thing, so that is made by AI. So when you have like a Microsoft that is made by an AI, it's basically part of a cluster of accessible tools, and you can think of it as a big ass BI suite of tools. You have like a little widgets here and there, and that works in a grand scheme of things systems, which is something that we have in many places already. Like when you, I mean, I'm thinking about Line, which is the one that I use in Japan. Line is an everything app. I have my news, I have my bank account, I have my texting, my social media, basically everything, my point cards or stores, all of that is online. In China, we have QQ or Weibo, and same thing, like everything app, PayPay, same concept. Nonetheless, each of these features inside of these apps are microservices inside of a grand scheme of theme app software thing. So apps as you know them today, I don't think so. I think conglomerate of microservices, yes, but in different way, like in a way that makes more sense compared to now. Is probably the case, at least from my point of view. Bones, probably not. We have talked about this before. Can I type? Thank you. if you've seen this TV show, Altered Carbon, it's basically what I think would be the potential future direction in which we're going, which is contact lenses. You basically have a contact lens that shows you the environment, and specifically in that TV show, it is well made for once compared to the usual thing, and it is so lightweight, and it's pretty nice. They still have like some things, but yeah. Again, I'm gonna say that again. I'm gonna show you the same thing. Just Dini, hi, we're calling. This is a contact lens patent from Sony from what's the date on this one? I can't see the fucking date. It's fine. But it dates. It dates. The first instance of that pattern is from 2003 from another thing, and it has been there. So that pattern exists and has been filled and filed a long time ago. This article is from 2016, and this is a Sony pattern from 2016. I've talked about this story before. One of my dad's friend used to work at Apple in the research and development stuff, and he told us about things that we still haven't seen. This was 40 years ago. I mean, we're starting to see stuff in the Vision Pro. So, you think about it this way. Something that my dad's friend saw in research and development 40 years ago, roughly, is coming out in the world in 2020. Something from 1980 something, 90 something, right? Was in the research and the thinking phase. Took 30 years to be good. And then be released, and still isn't what I've heard. Obviously, it has changed in time. If this is something that they have been working on since 2016 at least, and again, it has been in my knowledge, it has been showcased to me before that. The tech is probably already existing to an extent that we haven't seen, or still in research, because it's, as you said, it might not be possible. Nonetheless, to me, this concept that they have right here is the most probable direction in which devices would go, rather than phones. I do like the Expanse phones. They have a bit of a weird, transparent digital holographic canvas that is interesting. Most of the computing is happening at the bottom, which makes sense, but it's still like a glass environment that has like a bit of a more extended things. This also include some sort of contact lenses to be able to see these. Nonetheless, this is always sci-fi and not necessarily feasible, but it is a transitional concept in between the fully AR model and the phone. That might be a transition thing. Do you agree with that glasses, like the Meta glasses or the Orion glasses, are pretty good and could be really potential? But yeah, during the day, it seems pretty okay. But again, the TV show doesn't really, you know, show much. And yeah, we also have transparent TV now. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. Kane, to answer the question, no, nothing about Modify. Nothing about Modify was talked about. Nothing about dinner shit thingy. Nothing about this dinner board either. So, we don't know. Yeah. I mean, the transparent TVs from Xiaomi and TCLs are good, but most likely the commercial use is more viable in the long term. Just because it's just your windows are advertisement space, and you can still see through if needed. That's the main point. So yeah. Yeah, no, you don't need a transparent TV, but that's just like it's tech that exists. Which I agree with your point. Like, see like some concepts of future take and see how much we could like extract and use and stuff. But yeah. The transparent TVs are pretty interesting though. If I can type again, I can't. The usual thing is they are mounted into like base stations. Like you don't really have a choice. You have the base station and you can't really put it anywhere else. The other one that we have is the one that is in the wall, or this one, like basically the one that is like at the edge of the bed. I know this is like the presentation thing, but also it kind of makes me laugh that there is a TV on the wall right there. And did you not think about when you made the ad? Like you want us to buy these because you spent money on it, develop the thing, but you think we should still have a secondary TV on the same place to see the same thing, or a bit further away. You sure about that? I don't know, just the ad is kind of fun. Nonetheless, this is like presentation deck, so that makes sense, but yeah. It's interesting. Not good, and no one kind of likes it. This one was pretty interesting. The Xiaomi one, I do like it for obvious reasons. I'm 100% biased on this one. But yeah, for reasons. But it is really shit in terms of contrast during the day. I agree with Nate. I mean the option it's the dual viewing experience TV glasses thingy. I don't think. Yeah, these things. You remember these? This is from like a long time ago. Basically, you had one of them that is a polarizing filter that is vertical. The other one is horizontal. You have two movies or two things running at the same time, and one of the people can see something, the other can see something else. That's an option. There is this one, and there is also the half refresh rates split, which is another option, which is the same thing as 3D movies in some of the electrified glasses that goes in there. So basically the screen flickers with such rate that you have like a 120 hertz screen, and basically both glasses are filtering one frame at a time, and basically you have one at 60, the other one at 60, and one of you is seeing frame A while the other of you is seeing frame B, because it flickers so fast you don't really see any difference. But yeah, that was a thing as well. Not really. Spatial design for phone is kind of complicated because you are required to do something with your phone. Like basically, if you want the spatiality and the AR way of navigation, you need to hold your phone and have some interaction with the environment, which implies way more things and some disability in terms of what's probably going to happen. You are left-handed, right-handed, depends, doesn't really matter. Your habit is going to be pick up the phone with your dominant hands, and so you will use the phone for the spatial stuff, but then you will have to use your second hand, which is not your dominant hand, for navigation. So you will need to do something different, and if you switch, then you're not as agile with your left hand or right hand based on who you are and what you do. Therefore, you have a very weird experience. So, phones for spatial, no, I don't think it's a good idea. Goggles for spatial, yes, but it's heavy. Glasses for spatial, yes. Contact lens, much better. Implant, top tier. Like as soon as we can show stuff through brain signals, yeah, there's no more need for any tech. But as soon as we can do that, that means that we can basically make things appear and disappear for people with like a snap. So I don't like it. I don't like it. These ones are good. Technically speaking, these ones are really good. They are ugly looking, but they are the best representation of stuff. They are the closest to the Apple Vision Pro experience that you can have for such a different form factor. Like this is really good. It's presented this way all the time, but they are really impressive in terms of tech. And so this is a transition device, as we said before, that will basically move people from regular phone to these. The issue that we have with these right now is the battery life. The amount of energy they takes and need to basically fire the projectors everywhere and ensure that everything runs smoothly is a lot, and it's not enough to just have that powered in here. The bet that Apple is doing is really good to get the get you used to you have something else in your back pocket. It provides battery, but it also provides potentially something else. When you look at the size of these, they are not much taller and wider than the size of your phones. And so what we are saying, most of us, in the design community and also in the tech community, is that you will be used to basically have like your phone in your pocket and basically put glasses on that are linked to your phone that is on your pocket, and you can just command and use your phone from there, from the hands. That's, in our understanding, the bet that Apple is doing by basically saying, we're just making sure that you have the habit of holding something that is a bit more heavy, but something that is in your pockets linked to the thing that you have on your head. And we want to reduce the size of this while maintaining the size of this, ensuring that thing is getting smaller but more efficient. So your phone that you already have in your pocket at all times could be just plugged in. This is like a USB-C thing. Just plug your phone right there, and yeah. No, config is doing more lives, but it's not necessarily like things. I think we should take a look at. The main thing that they have is like most, if not all, of the other stages are like talks and chats and other things. So it's specifics. It's not like news. But yes, they have like a ton of things. Again, these chats and the agenda and the entire thing that we have here is recorded and going to be, or is going to be, available on YouTube later. Yeah, like, you know, like something about illustration, visual design is pretty interesting, but that might be something that we don't need right now. The dev code or dev code AI collaboration with Show is going to be really good, but something that I will watch later for sure. The context as everything is really good, but I think the talk itself is going to be bad. I'm projecting. I don't think this is going to be of real use to us as here. Going to be okay. A good thing to have an information about that. But based on the title, I kind of know what's going to happen, and based on the tags as well, like design, craft, brand, and strategy. Context as everything is most likely going to be something about getting context about the content that you're sharing with the rest of the teams, or the context for the brand, and all that. So I don't think that this is useful. The product management one is pretty good for me specifically, but then they are talking about the NFL, so I don't really give a shit because it's US based. And the designing dystopia is pretty interesting as well, because it is visual design based and it's a keynote and not like not anything else. So yeah, that's the thing. That's the talk that are featured. The rest is just available. This one is at 10 a.m. or was supposed to be at 10 a.m. With the deep dives, and it's probably still on. But yeah, right now there's this. I don't know. There will be things that will be really good for sure. But I'm just waiting for them to post that on YouTube and then have access to it. These two specifically this one, I have biases against, or how useless the content they have created in the past has been, and I'm really sad about it because I'm sure that they are really good as a human, really good as dev, but just the way that they have presented stuff and the way that they have showcased things as truth has just been really bad. And then Chad is Chad, so that is good. But yeah. Nolan is also there, and I don't know. I don't think it's gonna be any information that I don't already know about him. Yeah. And these one, why not? But that is the closing keynote, and this is going to be later today when I'm asleep. So no. No, not happening. Yeah, that's the idea. That's where we stand right now. But yeah, no, going back to the phone thing, I do think that the tech is going to change. Like there is the big screen beyond right now, which is really, really good. That still needs to be plugged to a PC, but if you have like the Apple way of thinking of you just plug your phone and then the phone works with it. The same way that the Samsung, I forgot the name, if you plug it to a display, you basically have a laptop, like a laptop interface, something with a dock and with apps and things that you can use. That is really cool. That's a really, really cool concept, and I think it should be adopted by more people. But right now, it's not the case. And if Apple is doing the same thing, as I'm saying, like the battery is becoming the computer, because again, they can. Like, I mean, the iPhone is such a powerful bitch right now, in terms of compactness and raw power for a phone. Like, it's kind of crazy, and most phones are kind of the same level of power and experience and things, specifically now, that having the ability to just plug VR headsets to them, to the USB port, and just wear your glasses, just plug it to your phone, like we used to be plugged to our phones with headphones, you know, like that makes a lot of sense. And as soon as we can have Bluetooth / Wi-Fi Direct, like the headphones, with like an Apple Vision Pro, that would be a thing. Again, I'm saying Apple Vision Pro because of the reference for Apple, but yeah, the Gear VR, the big screen Beyond are pretty impressive in terms of lightweightness. Weight. And yeah. that's the things. To me, AR is the direction in which we are going.
VR NRV is now following.
Oh, I don't know how to pronounce your name. VR NRV. That sounds French. The NRV sounds French. Because we have a thing in French that sounds the same. But yeah, you know. Welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. 6 today. That's crazy to me. You are French. Yeah. That's a very énervé. Very énervé. Interesting. But also, it is a palindrome with VR and RV. But yeah. Yeah, that's sadly, yeah. For my side, yeah. But yeah, I do feel like this is tech-wise could be an option. Ophelia. Oh. Yeah. No, I mean, I get it. Ophelia is interesting. Yeah. Oh. I mean, name changes, you know. Yeah. To be honest, Kane, as I said in the beginning, I was prepared to be disappointed. And I was, which is good, but I was also surprised with some of the things. The Figma site, we were expecting it so much that it wasn't like there wouldn't be an option where it wasn't disclosed. So that happened. Code layer, good. Their React / Tailwind integration is pretty good. I don't know if it will work with everyone, but it's really good. It's really designer friendly, which is good. Figma Buzz, useless. Figma Draw, Figma Make is going to be expensive. That's all I know. I mean, knowing how much they cost, they are using Claude 3.7 or 3.5, meaning in terms of pricing, Claude is one of the most expensive models we have today. And one-off. OpenAI just dropped another one that just cost like $2,000, but you know, not really. But yeah, Claude is one of the most like. Oh yeah, no, yes, that as well. Yes, Claude is going to be expensive, and so that's the thing. Because make images is the current AI option that we have. I have done all of these. I have used Make AI for every single image that I can, just to make them burn money on Figma signs, right? It's kind of shit. Some of them are really good. Some of them are really bad. Specifically this one. But most of the main concept that I want to have, right? It kind of works, and it make them spend money on stuff that is not relevant, and I'm fine with that. But that's about it. Like, again, I'm using as much as I can to ensure that, you know, makes sense. Yeah, I don't think it should have been its own stuff. That's all I'm saying. I think the CMS side of things, the CSV importing, yes, 100%. That makes so much more sense. And the fact that it's like its own tool, I don't know if I like this. I feel like if it was simply, if it was simply this, and you're here and you need, again, as I said earlier, you need an Instagram story, or you need something, I don't really give a shit, and you create it and you make it a component, and then you plug a CSV to the component and you create an array of said component, then you're kind of good. Like, will populate automatically and have the entire thing. I think their version and their implementation is really good. But yeah, no, 100% for the clients is not the same. I agree. I do think that their CMS version, and the fact that now they have Figma site with the integration with the CMS, with the ability to get the client into the content seat and just have access to the content and provide the content of the CMS, that is a good thing. And so for social, probably the same stuff would be good. But at the end of the day, it's the same thing as saying you have a design for something, and said design needs to have, I don't know, some text copy, microcopy here and there that you are not in charge of. Right now, the person that needs to go there needs to, well, you know, get an understanding of what the page needs to be. And if they don't, you need to send them the entire landing page in one go, and then they just annotate like, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3 and 4, and this is 5 and 6. And then you just go through the entire thing and then manually transfer the content. So the CSV option for linking stuff is a pretty good option, specifically if it could, like, only having it as a component, like the same thing that I have here, like you select a button and you have the text that is here. If I could link it to a CSV thing, you know, that would be good. But I don't know. I think overall, there are some things that are good. Again, Figma Buzz. No. I think my main stuff, at least for me, is Figma Make. Could have been named like FigJam. FigMake is so much better than Figma Make. FigJam makes sense. FigBuzz is weird. Slide was interesting for Figma Slide. Right, they said that at some point. But you know, FigMake would be great. Figma site, I don't know. It reminds me of something else. Like it really reminds me of Apple just making whatever. Yeah, FigWeb would be great, 100%. But like iTunes, iPhone, iWatch back in 1990 something. Yeah, like it just makes more sense to not have the same name, like Figma Design, Dev Mode, Buzz, Site, Make. Why not? Filou, hi, welcome in. Another French. Figma Flow. I mean, Figma Balls would have been amazing instead of Figma Buzz. But you know, that's never gonna happen. For reasons. Other than that, I do think they have like some potentials. Do think it's not gonna work, but it was pretty okay. I really wish it was already available, to be honest. Also, this has been posted, by the way, if you are interested in learning Figma and how it works. It's on Patreon in early access, but also it's in there. And now this video specifically, Auto Layout, is kind of no good because, you know, it has changed. Now we have grid. Need to record this fucking thing. Like this. The whole thing. There is 21 minutes of nothing. Sorry. More than that. There is 40 minutes of nothing. That's crazy. Dylan has no energy on stage. He doesn't know how to entertain. He's there to explain the things, and he doesn't know how to do that. This one was really good. He really likes what he does, and that was really nice. I really like this as a whole like concept of that's good. These two, Tom number 2, Tom number 1 specifically, because Tom number 2 is new to the company. Tom number 1 is there before. This one has a bit more energy. Tom is just running through the script all the time. Like there is no space for applause. There is no space for, oh wow, what the fuck happened? Like it's just so fast. So that was really not so good. And then the only one that was really good was her. Energy, she knows the script. Like there is so much things happening which were really, really good. These two, I just want to slap them, like, just for the fucking Slack thing. No, don't do that. And then she just put me to sleep. Like, she has the vocal fry, which makes sense. LA stuff. But no tone, no flow, nothing, no enthusiasm in what happened. Like, she said something like, this is really something that I was looking forward to. Makes no sense. It makes no sense. Like, give me some life in speech. I don't know. Ensure that you have a bit of fun. Ensure that you are showcasing that you had fun working on this feature specifically. I'm not saying like scream. I'm not saying like anything. But again, that guy here had a story, had something, had like was happy to be there. Yeah. Yeah. Even if I rehearse too much, because I've done that in the past, right? I've had like presentation to do, and in order to ensure that I knew my entire thing by heart, I just rehearsed so much. I just still do things in the middle. Like I still take part of what I just said based on responses, add some teeny tiny bits of stuff in the middle. None of it makes more sense. They have a full event for Korean, they have a full event for Japan as well. Hiroki is also in Japan and make like a lot of like I've been looking at in the past. Obviously, the live stream is not available for most people; it's not there. But this one is a full keynote in Japanese, which is really good for me to basically practice my Japanese and understand like some of the concept that they are talking about because I know them, but understand them in Japanese. It's really cool. But you know, oh, in person, interesting. I didn't know about that. I didn't know about that. I know that they have events in different parts of the world. Often, that's the thing. It's really nice, nonetheless. Really nice. Let me go back to your message. You said something earlier that I didn't read. I like the release, but a bit afraid of too much distraction. And no. Yeah. Do you have, Philo, do you have like an enterprise slash organization seat? Because the only thing about design system is in there. Like it's not available elsewhere. So if you're in org, then you have access to design system, I think. So you know you have access to features that I don't know. So I can't talk about it much. Not because I haven't the NDA, but just because I don't know. Yeah. If they haven't updated, that's sad. I agree. As they said in the beginning, they have silently updating silently updated stuff that are not necessarily asked for, but quality of life improvement for most people. As said, most of the stuff that I've seen, useless. Collapse layers, it's a keybind. It's Alt L. What did they do? Aspect ratio, really good. Navigation. Sorry, I need to check something. 1 second. Just noise outside. God damn. I mean, I'm not taking a shit. I will though. I mean, I'm gonna go pee after that for sure. Have you seen Viable Visualizer? Because it's great. It's a bit of a massive thing. So this thing has popped in. It's kind of new. It gives you access to all of the variables that you have access to in the file. This one, as you can see, is a bit massive. Each of these are modes. So you have your modes, or you'll have your collections. Then when you have different modes, the modes are going to be displayed here. So for example, for my accent color, I have most of my accent colors there. This is just so much useful. And when you just build stuff and you're like, I need to select, like, I don't know, this icon, for example, and I bring this icon here, and I can say, oh, that gray specific thing is supposed to be my color or something. Like, what is linked to what? Maybe my book is supposed to be linked to something. Specific variables, whatever. It's really good. But yeah, if you are like in an MVT that's different, I agree. It is really good though. If you want to look at the, let me go back. I have video for everything. Mr. Biscuit, which is the creator of this, has posted a video explaining how it works. It's really good to show you what's missing in Figma. Basically, that's how I really take it. I saw it and I was like, God damn, this is what we needed. And a lot of people that have been using this have been saying, since I started using it, I don't enjoy being in like the viable token array of Figma, like the official thing. So it's good to know, I guess. Can I find it though? That's the question. I guess no. I guess yes. No. I guess Twitter is the way. What's glib? I know it's coming from there. I mean, not coming from there, but like basically coming from. Also, yeah, I mean, I'm seeing this GSAM being free. We talked about it on Friday. Cursor is free for students. If you're a student and you have like an edu URL, email, to do that, go just get access to it. It's free. It's free. It's good. Free is good. No, there is no. I mean, there is more stuff in the design mode, but not much than this. Gleb is one of the more prominent people in the design community on Twitter, and also a very good ski person. He just goes skiing all the time. It's kind of fun to follow, but that was loud and you couldn't hear that. Nonetheless, there's like a ton of stuff in terms of design and related content that is in there that is really good. Specifically, the shit that Figma is saying that they had spent so much on reading icons that make sense, and then you just do that. You put the same icon in the same place, and you're like, yeah, there is nothing that works. Like nothing is aligned, nothing is, I wish I could. The only thing that I built with cursor is this. It's good, obviously. I'm biased, but yeah. But they have like a ton of things that are really good. Don't know where he lives. Not where he lives. I don't know where he works. I don't think he works. Forgot. Yeah, but these are really like they need to be coherent. This is not like a balance situation. This is an issue. I forgot if this one is the same issue now. But yeah, these are just kind of weird in terms of how they are placed. If you like align them, I do understand that 100% you could have or need. Like basically, I build this, so I kind of know in terms of icons what we're talking about, ensuring that we have like visual alignment for things and also for use cases when you need an icon that needs to be bigger or smaller. Like for example, these two, obviously they are not necessarily like hitting the same spots because one is supposed to be smaller than the other ones, but I'm making sure that my diagonals and my points are in the same area in a way that makes sense. Like if I take these two, I put them there, at 40%, like I'm made sure that my overlap match and then it's making sense in whatever direction that I wanted the thing to go. Like they, needed to be the case. But like for that example specifically, that's just no. No. Specifically, it is too small. That's what she said. But the overall take on the Figma UI3 file, which is somewhere around not here. Where you at? Did I delete it? I might have. I might have deleted the file from recents for some reasons. That would be my draft then. Yeah, right there. The overall icons and thing that they are showcasing, which, it's almost as if with the previous one, this one and this one were not matching in terms of space. Like almost. That's not the case on this one specifically. But yeah. Like they have a lot of issues. So it's kind of sad. And some of the thing that we really complain about is the visual hierarchy and the importance of the balance that they bring. As in these two should probably be the same size. Like this one should be a tad bigger. The right one should be a tad bigger than what it is right now, just to, you know, in case the missing font is there, at least you have something that is matching in height. But right now that's not the case, and that makes no sense. It should. Like they do this here. Here it's pretty good. Like you have your search and your plus that is aligned and visible and all that. But websites are up on the community files already. Let's see. Community is not on beta, which is kind of crazy to me. The fact that community is there, but it's not there, is really interesting. Have access to it there? Still no. Not telling. I tried. Could have hoped. Huh. Anyways. I didn't know that. Nonetheless, the UI 3 is really much a mess, at least from my point of view, because they have this and they don't follow it the slightest. I've created this entire thing of showcasing how the icon grid is supposed to be used and what the signs are supposed to be matching, and then they give you stuff that just don't. They just don't. It's really weird. Like when you have stuff that are like some of the big icons that basically match, and yes, that's the case. But then you take another one and you're like, well, that's not really in the grid. And it's not like it has a good reason for not being in the grid. But yeah, most of these, in terms of the Figma file itself, is going to be in the grid. But then they also say, basically by using this, that your initial or your like regular things, you have the icons at 24, and you have the icons at 16, and then you have the icons, I think, at 12, or the icon at like 10 something, whatever. That, right, icon 16, what's the difference between my move, the 24, and my move small right here? Like, wouldn't that be like an icon 16? Because it is a 13 by 13 box, so that could be way better in an icon 16 instead of anything else. But no, this is inside of the 24 by 24 block. But it has some issues in terms of alignment. Nonetheless, the main issue that I have with this is that they are using icons in the UI, not at 24 or not at 16. And it's really bad. It's really sad. I love dunking on Figma and I hate dunking on Figma at the same time. because specifically Dylan saying at the beginning of the keynote that they love details and they are all about details, and then we're sending them this, and they're like, "Oh yeah, details." Yeah, that's the thing. We hate it. We hate it. But yeah, no, Gleb is good nonetheless, and Gleb has one of the most unique URL that I. Yes. Nothing else to say. That's a yes. Yeah, 100%. If I knew I could have like a .sexy, I would have a .sexy for sure. For sure. Anyways. Other than that, not much. And no ice today, to be honest. I haven't seen. I mean, I do have dumbass, but most of it is in the gym for many reasons. You know. You want ass? Hey. Thanks. We had stuff. This is Xiangsu, which is the Chinese version of Instagram and Pinterest together. Yeah. Did that work though? That's the question. I doubt it. Oh no, it did work. We haven't seen much, to be honest. There hasn't been a lot of things on Xiangshu that has been really good. In terms of UI, not much. Mostly ass today, to be honest. Not enough TDs lately. Xiangshu. I mean, technically you can't do that, but yeah. Like this. Like Xiaomi and Hong and Shu. But yeah, there are like something that I kind of liked in terms of design, as always. Like I have a ton of design stuff around here. I saved some of the newest version of the it says 17 that would probably pop out, and now it's not there, and I'm so sad. But yeah, I do like gym, yeah. I'm there tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. I like gym. What's this thing? It's not there. Probably either has been deleted or is somewhere else. I don't know. I've been eating blueberries a lot lately, and this has been on my feed. And oh, that no, a lot. This is just like, you know, blueberries and shit. And I've been dunking blueberries. I think for the past week, I've been just dunking blueberries. Let me let me show you what I'm talking about. This is like 300 grams of blueberries. And like, I mean, I'm basically just dunking blueberries 300 grams at a time almost every day. Almost every day. And some of them are a bit bigger than others. It happens. Kinda high, we'll call it. But yeah, overall, it happens. And cakes, as always. Cakes still a thing, but like cakes with strawberries, you know, yeah. You know. Everything is locally on the phone. Everything is local on the phone, and I'm currently working on the sync in between devices and hosting of your progress data through CloudKit. So it's hosted on CloudKit for the iOS version. For the Android version, everything is on the phone. So if you are someone that knows how Android works and you want to do a package dump, you can get access to the entirety of the app for free. In which case, you know, it happens. I mean, the entirety of the content of the app for free. You will, however, be resetted to free user every time you relaunch the app, so it's not really good, but you know, you can. But yeah, blueberries are good. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, no ads today. No ads today. Not much happened. Like even in my likes, I just saved this one because I need to go on a very specific website that you can't see just yet. Yeah. Get the fuck. No, not China. Sorry. I need to go on the there is a new thing that has popped in, and do they have it though? Yes. Something on Twitter reminded me of it. Yes. So this open purpose design for Amy again. Pretty nice. It's good looking. But that Amy logo in a puffy thing reminded me of this. If you know what that is, congrats. If you don't know what that is, congrats. But to me, that is the same thing. In terms of design, this is the same concept. Yeah. No. Not really. Not exactly. A pillow. Yeah, the softest one though. Yeah, the new creations, and yeah. This is why we have an 18 plus on this stream. It is a a really good bottle of water. Yeah, for the gym. Yeah. For the standalone alone gym. Yeah. 100%. Yeah, I do like them. They're kind of fun. It depends on the size, depends on the options, depends on the texture that they have. You know. It's fun stuff. I mean, it's made to have fun. It's fun stuff. So yeah, why not? I don't see why not. That's always my point. Yes, with pillows, 100%. 100%. Yeah, nothing else has been basically popping in. This was really good. Dan had a lot of issues with Figma last year, and that was fun to see. Yeah. These are cute, though. I think I saved these specifically for that, but yeah, these are cute. Anyways. Too much derails. Too much derails from myself to myself. I need to pee, it's the first thing, but I also need to go to sleep. It's 6 a.m. tomorrow. That's going to be bad. Who's live? That's the question. Who's on? Nan is on, which is pretty cool. I guess Nan is on. I guess that's about it. Zinka is on as well. Zinka is more quiet, I'm guessing. Sending you to Nan. Yes. Yes, sleep. Yes. Sleep. Just say something that was kind of fun. Anyways, yes. As always, thanks all for being here. Highly appreciate it. If you want to watch the VOD again, for some reason, go on YouTube. That's pretty good. If you want to ask question when I'm not live, go on Discord, and I shall be back on Friday, on Friday at 5:30 p.m. Paris time. And yeah, did a lot of things. As always, if you want to get access and early access to the Figma Bootcamp and the exercises, go to the Patreon. That's where we have stuff. If you want to learn Japanese, you can. And if you want to give me money, you can sub here, but that's not necessary. As always,
Mom!
buying a UI kit is way more impressive and way much better. You get something more than a sub. Nonetheless, who won is the question, the usual question. I think, Rossoneri, you won. Congrats. Congrats. That's impressive. Anyways, take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of your day. Eat something, drink something. Be kind to each other. And I'll see you all on Friday. Bye. I'll do the pull-up next time, Stoney.